Can we have Emma Payton here, please?
Oh, my mic's actually live, guys. My mic's actually...
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
But that is perfectly live for how Martin Thomas's darts go.
Game shot in the fifth
Another good
leg.
three.
Oh, this would be incredible. Oh, that's sensational. Flying starts.
On the second
Leuven
leg.
van Leuven. Double 18 to win it in style. A hat trick of Tom Plus finishes. Hi, welcome along to Thursday here at the Burness Super Series. It's a double session day here at the Live Lounge in Port. So we're going to kick off the action with Group C. That's going to be what we'll be looking at between now and around about 6 p.m. on Pluto TV. We're going to be watching all of the action for the remainder of this week 6 in the company of the 2020 Premier League champion, the three-time Lakeside champion, a twice Windmill World Master, a one-time World Trophy winner, and a whole host of other first-round exits to boot. Hi, Glenn Davant.
What an introduction that is, but absolutely delighted to be here and really looking forward to seeing certainly Peter Wachiuri, but also Carl Coleman as well. So it's going to be an interesting Group C.
Colin Osborne won Group A, but he was the first to admit that he was nowhere near his best level to win that.
I think what we have to take into account now is experience, and Colin, despite being at his brilliant best, he just knows the processes. He just needs to know what time to get to the venue, when to really kick in, when to dig deep. You know, he's that stereotypical player that knows exactly what he needs to do at the right time. He needs to find another gate for Saturday night, but he knows that. But yeah, chuffed to pieces to see him through.
Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then. This is how things are going to play out for the rest of the week. Colin Osborne, the winner of Group A. Later on tonight, we'll see Leonard Gates and Barry Copeland alongside Scott Campbell, Gemma Hayter and Jamie Lewis in Group B, whilst in Group C, Noeline van Leuven alongside Peter Wachiuri and Donny Sherwater dropped out of Group A. Martin Thomas, Kevin Burness and Coleman will be in this group, and that's what we're going to be watching over the next 5 hours. Let's talk about some of the runners and riders then, and begin with Kevin Burness. He's dipped on and off tour. He's had successes in the previous building here. Haven't quite seen him as much here, though, as perhaps he would have liked.
Yeah, he had a go at the World Seniors last year, getting beat in the final of that one to Richard Rawlins, and was a little bit disappointed with that one, and then played the Seniors, didn't do great. But he's had a fantastic start to Challenge Tour this year, a couple of semi-finals, meaning that he's put himself in position number 6, meaning he gets invited to the Players' Championships, and we'll talk about it on commentary, but he had some really good results. Kevin Burness, I'm interested to see how he plays. When I think of him, I think of Southampton and the success that he had down there. He'll want to produce his best here in Portsmouth at the Super Series.
Martin Thomas is a player that is just such a favourite here at the Super Series. He was in Southampton. Here he's got a decent record in terms of qualifying. Now, he admits he doesn't play as much as perhaps he should. But when he does play, there's some good stuff still from him. Yeah,
I've been searching around for numbers, statistics. He's a scrapper. He knows he likes, if some of the games go tight, look out for him winning those games. He's got an unorthodox, quirky throw. Not as pleasing on the eye as some of the throws we'll see today, but he knows how to have success here on that stage. I know you fancy him to do well.
Indeed I do, but no one cares what I think. They only care what you think. Let's have a look at the odds then and see what the bookies think about the action. Now, Leuven van Leuven, 3-1. Now, hasn't quite been at her fluent best this week, but she's had a 103 average. She's played to a level which you'd think that 3-1 is probably a bit too big.
Absolutely, yeah, great shout, Henry, because I have Nolan to top the group. Be interesting to see how Kev Burness does. I mean, Martin Thomas finds ways getting through to Saturday night as well. But I don't think he'll do it pretty. I don't think it'll be straightforward for him. For the first time in a long time, I'm surprised with the bookies there. They don't often get it wrong, but I think good value. Nolan van Leuven a 3-1.
You know what's going to happen now? They'll be top 2, won't they? It always happens. 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And we're going to kick off with Martin Thomas in action. His first assignment is Donny Shearwater. He finished bottom of Group A yesterday afternoon. Now, earlier on this morning, I caught up with Martin, not after he did a bit of sightseeing earlier too. Martin, always good to have you here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's been I think October was last year, wasn't it? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's a good field of players again.
You always get given the hard weeks, the tough weeks, but this is a happy hunting ground, isn't it, for yourself? 5 appearances in the past, 4 finals.
Yeah, just hope it keeps going, innit? I got a final in Southampton as well, so it'd be nice to get back there, but take it as it is.
Let's talk about the darts then. How has 2025, how's things recently on the board been for Martin?
Well, honestly, not too good in Q school, but hopefully it can kick on from now, so we'll see how it is.
Is this a place that does spark your game into life?
This is what I practice for, to get on telly, so I think it's not easier, but that's what you practice for, and when you get here, it's just let it go. And then.
So in terms of this week then, is it about getting through to Saturday at all costs?
Yeah, there's 2 days. If you've had a bad day, you could hopefully cancel out with a better day the next day or the first day. But they're all gone in for it, so it's a tough room. So just go for it.
And am I right in saying that you've done some sightseeing today?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Portsmouth football ground, you mean? Yeah.
To be honest, that's all we've got here. Martin, always a pleasure to have you here. Wish you all the very best. Good luck.
Thank you, Henry. Cheers, mate.
So for Martin Thomas, his first assignment of the day, Donny Shearwater finished bottom of Group A yesterday afternoon. This game 1 of 25 that we're bringing to you exclusively live on Pluto TV between now and around about 1:30 in the morning. For Martin, it's his 6th time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he's made it through to the finals on 4 of the previous 5 occasions. The 52-year-old from Pembrokeshire in Wales, nicknamed Tomo. I wonder where he got that nickname from. Up against Donny, who played in the ADC Global Championship in December. Now, he has given us confirmation as to the Cobra. Now, he had a word with me this morning, and, well, he's got a bit of umbrage because he wore a shirt on Tuesday which had Cobra on it. Now, we all got to the conclusion that that was his nickname, and he's told us it's not his nickname, it's just the name of the place where he plays his local darts in. So we're going to call him the Cobra. Here's Owen Binks from Colchester in Essex,
First
world level
leg,
official.
Martin to throw first.
He is one of the
Game
best
on.
in the business. And alongside me is somebody in the business, Glenn Durrant.
Yes, the introduction that you gave me earlier on prior to that, I think, was enough. Back to normal now. But yeah, absolutely delighted to be back at the Motor Super Series. And last time I was here, the Group C went right down to the last start. And it wouldn't surprise me looking at the 6 protagonists. Martin Thomas goes in as a 6-4 favourite to win this group. I'm a little surprised at that, despite the fact that Martin's a prolific winner. He knows how to get to Saturday night, but won only one game of Q skill.
39.
Didn't do Challenge Tour after that, not playing an awful lot of darts elsewhere. So I was a little bit surprised at that one, Henry.
Well, the bookies have seemingly started
30.
a brand new trend in which they tend to go with players that have done previous here, and they've backed that previous form here in the case of Martin Thomas.
45.
For Donny, well, he is the outsider with the 6, and if the truth be told, the way he played in Group A, is probably not surprising that. 22-1
45.
with the odds compilers before a dart was thrown, running at an average throughout the course of Group A of under 74. His doubling at points is okay.
80.
32.5%, which is decent enough. He's had a few ton plus checkouts in there as well. But I think he's the first to admit that he's been a little bit hit and miss at
96.
times. He spoke to me. Me and Scott left the building around about 10 to 3 yesterday, and Donny and Barry were heading out the vicinity at the same time, and he said he don't really want to remember anything about the
54,
session on
Donny,
Wednesday. He just wants to move on fresh in the mind. But he took out this 156 on Monday. He's not going to take it out here.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the Motor Super Series. You do get a
75.
second
Martin,
opportunity after that Group A
160.
campaign. And we have seen it done before. Treble 19's needed for Martin Thomas here. It's a great angle of that understacking dart for double top.
76. Donny require 81.
So 81 for Shearwater to get the break and open up a 1-0 lead. The bullseye.
Game shot.
Brilliant.
The first leg.
Excellent for
Donny
Donny
Shearwater.
Shearwater. He gets the break. He gets the opening leg. And that might just be the confidence boost he needs
Second
at the
leg is
beginning of the
Donny to
session.
throw first. Game on.
Well, we talked about how bad his Group A campaign was, but he did start Group A campaign with 2 wins. A big win over
60.
Nolan van Leuven and Peter Wachiuri. So Group A started very well. It obviously tailed off as the Group A campaign went along, but that's a perfect start. He's watching Martin Thomas
100.
lay up very nicely. And then to hit the bullseye with that final dart. But he's hitting straying a lot into the 1s and 5s early in this game.
26.
And that'll have to be sorted quickly.
Well, I want to get your prognosis on what Scott Mitchell was saying yesterday, that the way Donny throws and his action means that everything has to be
57.
accurate. Well, have a look at it here. When it's thrown correctly, it's thrown in the right direction. But if the smallest thing goes
41.
wrong, things can frail in the wrong direction. That was his prognosis yesterday.
Yeah, it's not mine. It's not mine. I think his body movement's good. I think if there's a lot of body movement, then everything has to wait. If you rock and roll, I like John Henderson. But what I like about that is the arms doing the work. The head, the body's all
100.
staying still. What he's not doing is finding that alignment correctly, and that could be the angle that he stood. That could be something technically that he's doing when throwing the dart. But
96.
for me, it looks a pretty routine, standard throw. Not a lot happening there.
87. Martin, you require 127.
To level up. Now, one thing Martin has admitted in the past is sometimes when he's in a Group C scenario and it's first thing in the
22.
afternoon, notoriously the first game could be a little bit hit and miss. Sometimes it does take him the odd game to get into the swing of things. And as he said in that interview, he's not been playing much at
97.
all. So he
Martin,
could be the type of
105.
player that maybe we see the best stuff from as the afternoon draws to a close. But are we going to see a ton plus out here? The 105 isn't going to be got, and so Surewater looking at 90 for a 2-0 lead.
Well, it was a bullseye in the first leg. It could be exactly the same. The fact he's having the straight dart. He needs to say super straight now. This time it's for double 5.
85.
Opportunity missed.
Martin, you require.
There's almost an element of surprise as he hit the treble there. Thomas looking at tops to level up and get the break back. 2 10s. 1-1.
On the second leg.
And that was the story of Group A.
Thomas.
Lots of games going tight. We saw a lot of 4-2s and a lot of 4-3s.
Third leg, it's
Is that going to
Martin
be a
throw
pattern that
first.
continues
Game on.
here on this Thursday afternoon?
Yeah, I'm not just seeing the power scoring from these two. They're both absolutely fine on the doubles. That'll want to be corrected as this
100.
match goes on. But as you mentioned for Donny there, too many stray darts. Perfect timing with that first one.
81.
No excuses. The fact he's acclimatising to that stage. He's had 3 days on there. But like you said, the statistic was at 13 games, just winning 1 of them.
100.
That can be the back of the mind, but you know more than anybody, Henry. When you can start that Group C campaign, when they see that league table, no longer are you plumb bottom, everybody's on 0.
42.
That could have been just a catalyst to spark Donny.
And if you want me to be 100% honest with you, Glenn, yesterday wasn't a good session. And I think part of the reason
140.
behind that was the fact that the group was summed up quite quickly. And I think there was a lot of players that were going through the motions
55.
at times.
Martin, you have a
And I think for
161.
Donny, once he knew he was going to finish bottom, I just don't think he was able to drag himself out of that particular mire.
87.
Yeah, he could have used the bullseye with that last start there, but I said the power scoring hasn't been there, but scores a ton 40 for Martin Thomas. Left that
29.
161.
Martin, 74.
Options a treble 14 or treble 18. Nice straight 20. He missed tops in the opener.
34.
But he has got time on his side. And this has been a problem for Donny as well this week. I don't want to hit a man when he's down, but there's been a lot of legs where at this
43.
stage
Martin,
he's
required
found
40.
himself wanting. He's found himself cut adrift. And as we were saying with Scott yesterday, there is a quality player there. Just needs to unlock it. But can Thomas find double 10 again? He's got time
20.
on his side. He's been afforded 7 visits to take this leg out.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be the problem, Henry, when you have got that time on your side. So Donny's not the quickest, quite deliberate player. He's looking for that replication of throw, and all the time he's
Martin,
making Martin
required
think
20.
about it. But double 10 has been good to him. This can get a little bit naughty.
No score.
Fair to say, a nerve-ridden start to
41.
the
Martin, you require
Thursday
20.
afternoon session here. And Donny eventually eased himself on a finish. And so you know what's going to happen here. Usually in the script, Thomas takes us out.
10.
Didn't read it, did he?
Donny, you require 150.
It's been a pretty nervy start from both, you know, if you can get up and running. Donny on the back of that disappointing Group A campaign we're talking about
58.
for Martin Thomas.
Martin, you require 10.
Dominate the opening part of this leg where that big scorer
Game
we're
shot the
searching
third
for.
leg.
Does
Martin
find the double in the
Thomas.
end. Deservedly leads 2-1. But they're both not playing great.
Fourth leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on. 42.
I suppose, Henry, it's about getting the 2 points and, you know, going back there with a win under your belt. But that man in your picture was the 6-4 favourite to win this group.
30.
If I was on that price, Henry, I don't think I'd be overly confident right now. The fact that he's not playing regular darts, it might mean the fact that as the week goes along,
100.
Martin will get into it and play better. But he is a player, as we mentioned, didn't have the greatest IQ skill. Is there a little bit of hangover from that?
I think me and you were both surprised when we saw the price of
134.
Noeline van Leuven at 3-1. I think out of the 6 players in this group, she is the class act. I think she is the one at this
96.
present moment in time that perhaps has the highest ceiling.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Kevin Burness play as well. The fact he's played Players Championships and had some
46.
real good wins this year. I would not discount Kevin. But I like these Group C's. They give players opportunities.
140.
Can Donny grab that opportunity? Because he's got control of this fourth leg.
Well, even though Martin Thomas won that
100.
previous
Donny
leg,
Rock,
you feel like all the
123.
misses he's had on the double has had a lag over effect into leg 4. Doesn't have to go for the ball, and so he's moving across to try and hit the biggest
91.
of 18s to leave himself on 32 to level up at 2-2.
Yeah, Donny is a ADC Europe qualifier. Actually won the Dutch rankings.
134.
With the players like of Jimmy Van Schie and
32.
players alike. So he came with a reputation, played well at the
James on
global
fourth
event.
leg. Donny Shearwater.
That's his best leg of the day so far.
Yeah, he didn't qualify through. It was a
Martin
similar
to throw
format, but not
first.
too similar
Game.
format, that Global Championship at the end of last year. Didn't qualify through to Saturday, which was effectively a qualifier event.
140.
He showed glimpses of some decent stuff, but in the end was just let down by a little bit of inconsistency.
140.
But there was enough evidence on that week that we thought, maybe you give him a week here at the Super Series, he may be able just to do a little bit of damage. But
125.
I think he'll be disappointed that as of yet he hasn't been able to be competitive. But look, this is a new group. Everybody else is on 0.
100.
3 players haven't even played this week. He's back at a complete and utter even kilter.
Well, both players are certainly finding the rage on the treble.
43.
Treble 1 there is.
It's like some of your darts, Glenn.
They have reached a final on that stage. You haven't.
60.
Yeah, but you got dragged along by an influencer.
It's just circumstantial.
They won't let me play in that event because I'm too good.
95.
Is Martin going to be too good again? We talked about the fact that he's lacking that little bit of match play. Maybe the 18s would have guaranteed
41.
a better
Martin
finish.
98.
But 98 is a potential 2-darter. Treble 19 will be the shot. It's all just a little bit messy at the back end of the legs for Martin Thomas.
38.
The
Donny
good news is he's left a 2-darter. The bad
160.
news, Donny is on a finish. It's a big one.
And the shot now is off, and so Thomas has an opportunity to leave 3-2, but he has
Martin, you
missed
require 60.
11 darts already at a double in this contest. A large chunk of them came in leg 3.
20.
I'm glad he's not playing at double
Donny
trouble next
require
week.
100.
Yeah, good shout. We'll be talking about that later. Players have been announced. Does he go tops? The eye line suggests that he was. Looks such a good marker.
68.
Beautiful last
Martin,
start.
you require 40.
Crucial part of this match.
Tops of Thomas
Game shot on the
to move
fifth
into a
leg.
3-2 lead.
Martin
Evades
Thomas.
another scare from Donny Shearwater on his throat. He leads,
Sixth leg is
but it
Donny
hasn't
to
been
throw
convincing in the
first. Game on.
slightest.
I always sense with players who've had a disappointing Group A campaign, if they can demonstrate that they're competitive, things can begin to go their way in Group C. If Donny gets on a losing start, remember he's lost 7 on the spin. If he loses this leg, that's 8, then all of a sudden Group C campaign can go similar to that Group A. So an important,
96.
hopefully important couple of legs here for Donny.
$81.
Last time Martin was here, he made it through to the Saturday, was put in a really tough group. Danny Jansen and Cam Crabtree were the 2 players that
140.
he was placed with on that particular Saturday night. Aidan Kirk, I believe, was also in that week. Jamie Atkins, very capable player, was also in that week.
You do like to talk about Cameron Crabtree, don't you?
140.
Don't know what you want about, Glenn. He just features very
95.
prominently here at the Super Series, that's all.
Beautiful setup play there for Donny. Looks like we are going the distance. We talked about the counting there of Martin.
41. Donny
A
required
little
45.
drift into the 1 means Donny has plenty of time on his side,
Game
doesn't
shot
need
the
any
sixth
time
leg.
whatsoever. If he can
Donny
get
Shearwater.
down to a double Shearwater, 3 from 4 on the outer ring.
14
7 from
darter
5 against Martin to throw
For
first.
Donny to take us all the way in this opening match of the session. This is game 1 of 15
80.
that we've got this afternoon. Coming up after this, Kevin Burness takes on Peter Wachiuri, Carl Coleman and Leuven van Leuven will round off the
100.
opening round of matches here in Portsmouth. Don't forget, you can get in contact with us via our social media feeds. We are at MSS Darts on Facebook,
100.
X and Instagram. I keep trying to say the word Twitter. It's not Twitter anymore. Any comments, thoughts, observations, do get in touch with us over the
100.
course of the day.
Yeah, nothing to separate these at the moment. Remember,
64.
Martin Thomas went into this one as a heavy favourite. It would be a big win for Donny. Roundabout leg 3 began to
100.
find the range at that treble 20. Superb on the double so far. This is going down to the wire.
45.
But Martin Thomas will feel, even though he won that really scrappy leg, he'll feel like this is a game that if he loses, he is passed by.
50.
Only a 50 there, and Thomas will feel like there's an opening for him here. He's been let off a little bit by Donny. Needs to find a treble here, though.
100.
Does so.
Donny Rock 151.
Got to go all the way back to Tuesday afternoon when that man in your picture beat Colin Osborne. Since then, it's been pretty disappointing. He's put himself in a fantastic position.
39.
However,
Martin Rock 112.
all that hard work, he'll be disappointed with that setup play. Treble 20 needed for Thomas.
Well, Thomas unable to get the 112. Donny looking at it, and of course, only needs just
56.
the solitary
Donny
treble
require
to
112.
then give himself a dart to the double. And if he doesn't take it, Thomas should get another couple at tops. But Surewater misses the big number, and he's going to pay the price, and he could pay the biggest price of all, because Thomas is going to come back looking at 56 to
80.
claim a
Martin
4-3
Rock
win.
56.
Well, he went into the match as a big favourite. It's been scrappy. We did see, like these type of games,
46. Donny require 32.
15 missed darts at a double for Martin Thomas. If he loses this game, he knows why. Double 12, clean target,
8.
but a same outcome.
Martin, you require.
well, he's
10.
been here before, Martin Thomas. Maybe just a little bit of luck on his side in this opening game. It's a great marker. Is that too awkward? Look at that. Can he squeeze it in?
No score.
Off
Donny
the barrel
require
and high.
24.
Surewater, 2 12s to win a scrappy opening contest to the session. Well, neither player will want to remember it, but Donny Surewater will be happy enough with the fact he's won it. He beats Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 3 in the opening game of the day. Thomas, in the end, missing 18 darts at a double. Surewater wins 4-3. Coming up after the break, Kevin Burness against Peter Wachiuri. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Group C action. And favourite for the Group C, Martin Thomas, has just got through his first game, but it wasn't pretty. It went the full 7 legs against Donny Shearwater, but he sank that winning double. I think he'll get better as the game goes on. Looking forward to seeing this game. Just on the hockey there, Peter Wachiuri. I must admit, I'm really looking forward to commentating on him, but also that man in your picture, utmost respect for Kevin Burness. I was last sort of watching him in the seniors. I thought he could do some real damage before he lost out in the final qualification for last year's seniors. Didn't do great in the remaining opens, but then went to Q School and was being superb on the challenge tour. As Kev, couple of semi-finals in such difficult conditions in those challenge tours, very long days. So stamina and fatigue of the Modus Super Series won't concern him. And Henry, listen, I always go to you with information on the Modus Super Series, but when I think of Kevin Burness,
Kevin to throw first.
I do think of the successes that he had going back to Southampton as well. And this stage is different challenges, but that expectation for him doing well in this Group C will be looming large.
Yeah, but I think Kevin's one of those players. I think he just
60.
takes everything as it comes. I don't think he's one of those players that gets too high or gets too low. He's always played with this equilibrium about him, hasn't he? That whatever happens, he's got a relaxed throw, a relaxed stance, and a relaxed demeanour. Whatever happens, I don't think you will see him change too much emotionally, depending on what's happening. He's had a good start to the year. 6th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Now, you mentioned his successes. Well, he actually won a series back in Southampton. Now, they were shorter formats back then. You used to play
81.
4 weeks of regular action, and then the 5th week could be a Champions Week. So the top 3 players in the 4 weeks would make up the 12. And Kevin did win one of those series back at the previous venue at the Oldie Livey League. Did you ever go to the old venue in Southampton?
No. My first experience was here. I'm just watching with fascination Peter's throw there. He has got the Bob Anderson finger point when the treble 20s are going in. But what a story. Just been really positive. Everyone I've spoken to today about Peter as Kevin Burness. Not only it's the first 180, but the first 180 of the day. But we are very, very proud of here at the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV to have Peter with us. And I think he's done absolutely fine this week. A couple of 4-3 defeats on Monday. So you'll want to start a little bit better. Double 4 for Burness.
57. Peter requires 74.
20. Treble 20 leads double 5. For the
Game
break of
shot
throw
the
into the bottom
first leg.
corner.
Peter Wachiuri.
Thumbs up for Peter Wachiuri. The Kenyan leads 1-0. Now, Kenya this week
Second leg
became the
is Peter to throw
39th
first.
different nation to play at the Burness Super Series since the very first day of action. July 2022, Glenn. That was back when we were transitioning from studios.
180.
As Wachiuri fires in his first max of the session.
Well, we were just having a little chat before the first dart.
59.
The greatest 9-darter on that stage. I did give my answer earlier. Am I about to change my mind? Wow. Come on!
180.
If this goes, it will be one of the greatest moments we've ever seen at the Super Series, but also it would be a
25.
massive
Peter
moment
Maguire,
for darts in
141.
Africa. Peter Wachiuri, this is your moment.
This is incredible. Wow. Let me tell you, my heart's racing. The adrenaline is pumping. That would have been a mega moment here at the Motor Super
85.
Series. Wow.
If that went in, we might as well have just packed the whole place up and gone home. We would never top that.
100. Peter Maguire, 56.
Well, more importantly, might not feel like that at this moment because let me tell you, that adrenaline is pumping through his body right now.
Game
And
shot
he's
on the
dealt with
second
that.
leg.
11 darter.
Peter Wachiuri.
Peter Wachiuri. Magnificent. Look at those numbers.
Third leg, it's Kevin.
26
to throw
darts
first.
for the first two
Eight.
legs. And Kevin Burness has been hit by a haymaker. Peter Wachiuri just trying to calm down the heart levels after they must have been
40.
pumping way in excess of 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, as a dart player right now, his legs will be shaking. It was fantastic that the camera just stayed with him there. And you'd think right now it would be so easy. He's leading
95.
2-0. The fact he's finding treble 20s under these circumstances right now because it just doesn't feel the same when you're throwing a dart. What you're trying to do now, and what I would recommend to people, is breathe in and out.
43.
All that tension that'll be in the body, all that excitement. Incredible. We were just chatting about it beforehand, wasn't it? The best 9 dart we had on the stage.
123.
I know we're only 2.5 legs in, but the record average ever recorded by an African player is 113.5, which perhaps unsurprisingly was recorded by Devon
140.
Peterson. If he carries on at this rate, he could be on for a continental record.
$95. $98.
I think we're all just getting our breath back here just a little bit, but the coolest man
95.
appears to be Peter Wachiuri. What a start to this Group C campaign. Kevin Burness is using every bit of experience. He was first in the venue this morning.
100. Peter Maguire, 93.
And if this goes, he has opportunities of maybe starting the bullseye, but looks like he's going aggressively on the treble 19, and why not when you're playing like this? Double 18 for a 3-0 lead.
75.
We've got to give credit to Kevin here because he's on the coattails of Peter Wachiuri, and now that he's missed, it's given Burness an opportunity to hit. But he's
60.
spurned
Peter
his
Maguire,
opportunity.
80.
And so Wachiuri back for double 9 for 3-0.
He's going straight for it. And that's the reason we say straight for it, because he did have the opportunity to split it. I like the fact he's just taking a moment there. Not once taking his eyes off that double 4.
14.
You
Kevin
don't want to
Maguire,
give
20.
Kevin Burness too many chances, though, Peter.
Well, there goes the record average conversation.
No
But it may not be a
score.
case of there goes the leg.
Peter
Now,
Maguire,
Wachiuri likes the doubles on the bottom portion of the board. His favourite is double 19. How is he on double 2? Ignore everything I just said. The Madhouse doesn't go, and so
Kevin
Burness has been
Maguire,
given
20.
another gilt-edged chance to Reduce the deficit back in half.
Game
It
shot the
looked a
third
good marker. Didn't
Kevin
need to
Burness.
move across the ocker, but that's why we love this sport. The highs and the lows. Look at them feelings
Fullback,
there.
it's Peter to throw first.
Just misses. Goes
Game on.
7 perfect on the 9 darter. We're talking about record averages. A couple of seconds later, he's missing double after double. And what he's done is opened the door ajar for Kevin Burness. And it doesn't often take too much. He was deep in thought, was Peter Wachiuri. But it worked.
180.
The Bob Anderson-esque finger point is back. That's his third max of the match. Now, he has had games where he has hit
60.
maxes in multitudes. In that particular department, it's a little bit hit or miss. Come on, who was thinking, can you do it again, Peter?
96.
Yeah, the commentators at the Motor Super Series are often going quiet after 4 to 5 perfect darts. But we were getting just a little bit excited in leg 2.
140.
This is slowly but surely getting back into this game, but it's still Wachiuri's to lose from here. That little flick of the dart. Almost like he's playing the piano with his fingers
96.
beforehand. And then there's just a little flick.
Wachiuri's going to have a look at the 129 to
129.
re-establish the two-leg gap. Doesn't have to chase the ball. Doesn't have to chase the ball.
104.
But didn't get the ball.
Yeah, he's great to watch. I wasn't really sure how the week was going to go for him, but I think he's
140.
absolutely great.
25.
Does he put himself in an excellent position for qualification, because an opening win here against one of the big hitters. He messed about with the doubles in leg 3. And he's messing
9.
about with the doubles in leg 4.
61.
Scores for show, doubles for dough. And Burness has been given an opportunity to peg back level if he can find double 18.
25.
Well, there was a point where Kevin Burness was stuck in no man's land, but he has
requires
missed a couple
16.
of opportunities to get back level. Wachiuri for 3-1, double 8.
Yeah, once again, he really does take his time in that pre-throw. Slowly
Game
walking the ball,
shot
but
the
it
fullback.
certainly works.
Peter Wachiuri.
Very, very impressed, Peter.
Fifth leg,
But-
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
The tail of the tape really has been about that statistic as well. We had that incredible moment of a potential 9 there, but so many missed darts at a double.
137.
We're only in game 2, but game 1 was littered with missed darts at a double from Martin Thomas. That trend has continued here. Maybe the qualifiers in this group. This one with the best doubling averages, because the scoring has been absolutely fine.
85.
More close range missing than Darwin Nunez in this group so far.
Straight over my head, that one, Henry.
140.
Oh, I get what you mean. No, that was actually, for once, you were quite funny there, Glenn. What does they say about broken clocks?
$180.
Absolutely wonderful. The 5th 180 this match. 4 of them coming from the Kenyan.
Suppose he's had the match this week. He has had a few games where he's had 3. But Burness, to his credit, is fighting back and fighting back well. He's left himself 84 after just 9 darts to bring the gap back down to just 3-2.
96. Kevin never quite
That
84.
treble 19 means you'd expect Kevin Burness to go directly. That he has done.
Game shot on the 5th
For all the
leg.
credit
Kevin Burness.
and all the positives they're talking about, that man in your picture there, Kevin Burness,
Sixth leg, it's
hasn't
Peter to
flinched
throw
once.
first. Game on.
He's in good form, remember. He's played on the Players' Championships. Even on his ADC, he's just won a big competition in Belfast as well. Kevin Burness comes here in real good form. It was a big barrage of big hitting
59.
from Peter Wachiuri. But Burness has something about him these days. will be a big win, and he's finding that range.
140. $58.
There's a theory in darts where people say you have to have a follow-through. A follow-through where the arm, you can see there with Kevin going all the way the full extension.
140.
But if we look at Peters, tell me, in the world of darts, who else has this flick that he has? Who flicks the dart?
Got very much a bit of a Lorraine Winstanley about.
Well done. Correct answer.
41.
Lorraine, superb broadcaster as well as great player. Not had the pleasure of working with Lorraine yet.
90.
I'm sure you could mentor her.
Sure should be easier to teach than you were.
Well, no teaching
46.
required for Kevin Burness right now.
You require 131.
We have waxed lyrical about Peter Wachiuri. Well, Kevin would have the dart if it goes the distance.
55.
And at this moment, it looking, you can see a little bit of frustration. The first thing we've seen from Kev.
Well, the first game went the
59.
distance.
Kevin, you
And it
require
looks more than likely
76.
now that this second one is going to head to leg 7 as well. Doesn't have to chase 25 and ball because Wachiuri isn't on a finish.
51.
But, you know, when in Rome and all of that.
I think that sensed a little bit of frustration there from Kevin Burness. Smile with the tongue.
Well, two things have happened here. Peter Wachiuri got off that very quick start, which is why his average is still in excess of 90. But Kevin has been able to hold it
26.
together for a longer
Kevin, you
course.
require 25.
And because of that, he is now getting the opportunities that he wasn't afforded in the opening couple of legs. For a level match, to take us all the way,
70.
he's still got time on that double 4.
Yes, he will be back. But how much pressure will be on that double 4? 4 180s in this match for the Kenyan. What he'd give for the 5th right now.
$50. Kevin, you require 8.
Still 6. And Burness takes leg 6, and we go all the way in game 2 of our session.
7th and final leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Why do I get
Game
the
on.
sense, Glenn, that this could be one of those marathon sessions here at the Live Lounge?
Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, we said that there's not an awful lot to do to separate these 6 players. We felt that opportunities are there for the players. A lot of methodical players. And the fact that last time I was here, 14 out of the 15 games in Group C were 4-3.
Right, I'm going to nip off. I'm going to go and get a sleeping blanket, and I might have a little bit of a nap, because that might be all I'm allowed between sessions if it carries on at this
97.
rate.
$60.
Yeah, just the first little bit of tightening up there from Kev, just as you felt he's done all the hard work to get it to 3-3. He's effectively stolen the throw now as Peter.
140.
Another twist to this game. It looked like Burness, with the dart in this last one, was a heavy favourite. Once again, he's on the ropes.
59.
Well, Wachiuri's got 6 darts here from 2-6-4 to get the job done. And if the truth be told, when Burness made it 3-3, the way that Peter was just beginning to tail off a little bit,
36.
it looked like it's going to be the man from Northern Ireland that was going to hammer home an advantage, but hasn't really made any profitability from that particular situation as Peter. And so Burness Needs to find a treble, does find a treble. It's actually work.
Well, I tell you, everything came into that last start there. That's a big relief from Burness. That score of 36 from Wachiuri was not what he wanted. For another treble.
140.
Potential two-darter. The game is flip-flopping from one play to the next. An outstanding set of play for Wachiuri. Can Burness find the treble? Yes, he can.
140.
Finds not only one, but two. Once again, going down to the wire.
To the very last, Wachiuri looking at 88 to complete a 4-3 victory. 18 ball. Chase the treble because he likes 7-7. It was a risky play, and it could be a play that costs him a couple of points here.
Well, Kevin Burness has left himself 61 a couple of times, starting that on the bullseye. He'll be doing that exactly again, this time on 82. That could be a happy accident because he's taken the 2 off to leave 70 points. It's bullseye, and it's bullseye for the match.
49.
I think that flight on that first start in the single treble could have been in the way of the target there. Wachiuri comes back for tops. Well, this has been a topsy-turvy contest, hasn't it? Wachiuri racing to a 2-0 lead. Burness then rallied back. He shakes his head after he's missed match darts. And now to give us a last leg decider. To win the decider. Wachiuri finds tops and he finds an opening win to the session. He gets the better of Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 3. Well, that's a rarity. Owen Binks being shown a hug. Anyway, next up, Coleman, Van Leuven.
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series live on Pluto TV. And a very cagey start, but winning start for the two favourites from Group C. Martin Thomas won the opener and Kevin Burness had a great chance in that second one, but a big victory for Peter Wachiuri. A fascinating game. He hit 4 180s and we nearly had a magical moment when he went 7 perfect darts. But I have to say, I'm having a moment right now, Henry, because Carl Coleman and his family are probably the best friends I've got in darts. I travelled the whole of Europe with his dad. He was there for every lakeside win and pretty much did all the hard work. All I had to ever do was just play darts, and to see his son up there now, let me tell you, I'm incredibly proud. I'm having a moment similar to when I commentated on my nephew here in Jamie Durrant. But a real tough opponent. I think the winner of Group C will be Leuven van Leuven. So Carl will be going into this one as a outsider in this game. He'd be very nervous, but he's got the opportunity.
Well, let's delve into the numbers then. Leuven van Leuven, over the course of the Group A campaign, averaged 85.07, was 36% in terms of finishing. Now, that wasn't good enough to get her into the top 3 of that particular group. But break it down in comparison to the others. The only other player in the group that has any kind of record anywhere similar to hers is Kevin Burness. And it's just a slight bit better than that of Leuven. But it's 2 from 6, remember, that make it through. So when you put that by comparison to Wachiuri's numbers, Shearwater's numbers, Coleman's numbers, and Martin Thomas's numbers,
100.
She is streets ahead of those players. And so as a result, she will have realistic expectations that she should be able to come here in this Group C for the first time and get some tangible success.
Yeah, it was a strange start to the week for Leuven van Leuven. Average 73 and a disappointing loss to Donny Shearwater. But then back that up with a beautiful 4-0 win over Barry Copeland, averaging only the second average over a ton this week, 103.66. And after that was pretty stop-start, a really good
100.
Tuesday, but a very disappointing day yesterday. Leuven will expect more today.
Well, if you spoke to her, she will say that she's been consistently inconsistent this week.
48.
There's been signs of good stuff, but it hasn't quite been there as often as perhaps she would have liked. But first to a finish in this opening leg against the throw.
140.
Coleman leaves himself on a 2-darter, forcing this 138 to be got, and it won't be.
134. Carly requires
Not
76.
the target Leuven wanted to leave 2-2, and these are the types of finishes that backstage they'll have been practicing. I think because of that lie, should go at the 16, did go at the 16 for an early dart at tops for the opener.
36. Leuven requires
So,
4.
Leuven looking at 2-2 to get the break. Discussed with dart 1, but it was that bad. It actually left the bed open
2.
and then
Carly
couldn't find the
requires
madhouse.
40.
I have to say, this cagey opening start of Group C, the back end of the legs have been really disappointing.
Game shot on the first leg.
Carl Coleman,
Coleman.
it's one of the strengths of his game. He'd be delighted with the opportunity, and let me tell you, to relax on that stage, get the first leg under your belt, the first win under your belt. But I'm not really sure where Nolan's game is right now.
180.
Timing is she smacks in the 180. Wasn't great at the women's series last weekend. I'll see if she's demonstrated averages of 70 odd and 100 plus this week, so very inconsistent. What do you think when I was thinking that?
100.
I was thinking you're going to call a player inconsistent and then they hit a 9-darter. Top level punditry.
60.
Where's Chris Mason when you need him?
$55.
Yeah, both throws to admire. Both are doing a lot right. Not forcing the dart, I think, is Carl's best dart.
137.
Good rhythm.
126.
We were just talking beforehand. Nolan using the experience not to go downstairs on the 19s.
86.
Instead, going for the setup play. Excellent board management.
Well, Nolan was saying in an interview this week that the next
32.
step is to
Lady require 40.
be more tangible on the big
Gauge
stage,
on the
win
second
things
leg.
on the big
Nolan
stage. That's a
Leuven.
13 darter there to level up at 1 apiece. As she was talking about how third time could be the charm.
Leg, it's cold to throw
Third
first.
time here at the
Game.
Super Series. Previously has made a couple of semi-finals last 2 occasions. Never failed to qualify for a Saturday night. And it's hoping that third time will be lucky. As Carl
180.
Coleman hits his first max of the week. And for Noah Lynn,
59.
we've seen her do very well on the Women's Series circuit in 2023 and 2024. The World Match Play hasn't quite been a happy hunting ground for Noah Lynn, and maybe that is the next step. We
60.
say it so many times, don't we? Turning floor form then into stage form.
Yeah, I go back to Marvin van Velzen, who it took him a time to come to the Motor Super Series, to what time to get to the venue, how to prepare for each
58.
game, not to panic too much because you get second opportunities. And I think that's really important when people are getting the we saw with Colin Osborne this week. Experience and quality got him through.
125. Carly, 136.
There's a good rhythm to this game. Carl just having a little talk to himself there. Beautiful first. Stunning second. And a sublime 136 from Carl Coleman. Beautiful.
Coleman.
Well, at the first big hit of this Thursday afternoon, the first Tub Plus checkout of the session, and it belongs to the man from Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough having a good time of it this week on the hockey. Colin Osborne winning Group A,
83.
Carl Coleman playing here this week. Glenn Dolan in the commentary box. If only the football team was only that good, Glenn.
Well, we had a win this week, which I thought you were going to get to that. Carl is a huge Middlesbrough Football Club fan. Home and away.
45.
You can see the transporter bridge on the back. Obviously synonymous to the greatest town in the UK.
100.
Have you ever left Middlesbrough?
I'm sat in Portsmouth. Dear me. Where do we get these commentators from?
30.
Feast or famine at the moment for Carl Coleman. Again, I would just maybe like not to see too much from him afterwards. Just keep that within.
140.
Really a match that's going with throw at the moment.
$81.
Game 1 went the full 7 legs. Game 2 went the full 7 legs. And this one, you have to say the way it's going with throw right now. Throw is
58.
dominating this match. Are we about to go the distance? We did say at the beginning of the show, despite the fact that Martin Thomas was a heavy favourite, we felt that there was real opportunity. We
84.
felt that Donny
Rolling
Shearwater
120.
needed to get off with a win, didn't. But the other players, still plenty of work to be done. But I don't think anyone will fear what they've seen so far.
45.
75 left. Now, in terms of the actual game, Noah Lynn has been the better player, but Coleman has been better at taking opportunities. 2 from 3 on the outer ring in comparison to the
38. Noah Lynn's
1
got
from
75.
4 for Noah Lynn van Leuven. But she does have 6 starts from this 75 to level up at 2 apiece. And one thing we have seen from Noah Lynn this week is she's not fully settled. She'll just come back for a second and then come back up to the hockey.
35.
But she's unable to find tops there, but she didn't need to do so at that particular juncture.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a reaction there from Carl. Carl's probably put this one to bed. He'll go downstairs.
59.
Leaves a
Noah Lynn
finish.
require 40.
But I don't think enough pressure put on this tops. This for 2-2. This can get a little bit nasty. You could see Nolan
30.
just have a little look at the score. And out of respect to Carl Coleman,
64.
went for the double 5. The shake of the head there. Carl Coleman never in this leg.
Well, the 164 is going to follow the 136 of the previous leg, but Noah Lynn will feel like this
43.
time this has
Noah
to
Lynn
go.
require 10.
2-5 to 2-2. One for double two. Level we are.
Game on the fourth leg.
Nothing wrong with that dart.
Noelin van Leuven.
And a level game we have again.
Fifth leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Nice to see.
Game on.
Just a little smile between them there, and I think after 4 legs, I think it's reflective of the score. It's effectively now a best of 3 game. We said it's gone with throw. Who will blink first?
60.
Chance for Van Leuven.
Well, this is the point of the match. Noelin's thinking, right, let's really kick for home. Win this leg, get the break, then have the darts in the
95.
next.
That's that classic, you score 95. When the last dart goes in the treble, it feels a great 95. But you could see the reaction from Nolan after that
61.
first dart. Well, Carl Coleman just showing signs now. Big chance for Nolan. 1 treble
58.
would have been a big advantage. What Carl Coleman would do for a 140 or 180 right now. Big moments for him.
60.
But unable to capitalise on the opening that he was afforded there. And so Noelin van Leuven .140 there. The game is very much in her favour.
Now, as the last dart went from he had one player shaking the head. And for the first time, Nolan van Leuven's a nod
120.
of the head there. And that's an unlucky bounce out there from Carl Coleman. Crucial part of this game, you feel.
Needs to find a treble.
60.
Unable to do so. This leg is seesawed in one direction, then another on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, doesn't want to leave the treble 20 bed, but should have with a
59.
second dart there.
Noelin back on
That's when you see
148.
the score of 200 and you're almost just lobbing the dart over the first one. We've seen a beautiful finish from Carl Coleman in this match.
120. Colin back on 141.
Clipped the wire, but it was on the wrong side of the coat of paint. Coleman's not going to find the 141, and so Van Leuven, 28, double 14 for the break,
28.
a 3-2 lead, and then the game really would be in her grasp because she'd then have the darts to win it in the next. But that's 4 opportunities that have come and gone, and Coleman should get at least something to go 3-2 up himself.
Carl Coleman's strength has been at the back end of the leg. He's going to get 1 dart or a double. Leg Van Leuven has dominated. That double is double 16, a big dart, and he's up for the challenge. That is outstanding finishing. And you can see the reaction there from Nolan van Leuven, and the reaction is because of this statistic.
Game on.
She has dominated this match.
Well, it paints a similar picture to Martin Thomas's performance against Donny Shearwater. That's a century of maxis over the course of the week so far. So a fair few in this session. 5 in the previous match. 3 in this one.
95.
Peter Wachiuri responsible for half the 180s we've seen in this session.
134.
Yeah, the mindset of Van Leuven right now. Nolan will be thinking this match should be done and dusted at 4-2 for Carl Coleman. He is already thinking of his first 3 darts in the next leg. He has the darts. But it's Van Leuven with momentum right now. After 9 darts to leave 50. Does Nolan go for the bull?
No.
46.
No.
50.
Be fun if it did go bullseye. If it was a bullseye. If this goes, this is 3-3. We go the distance.
40.
Those missed darts at a double just continue to pile. Even part of Carl Coleman was like pretty much hoping that dart at a double goes, and he wants to get on with the last leg.
Game
Double 5 goes. Now, we do sometimes see in those situations players split 2-4-4, but Nolan had
7 from final leg. It's Cole.
full courage of her convictions there to go straight for the double 5 and find, and we go all the way 3-3.
Yeah, Carl Coleman's prolific on the ADC, best of 3s predominantly. So these short formats, when it was at 3-2, That's what he's used to playing. I said the biggest 3 darts he had was the opening 3 darts in the decider. Almost like he'd given up on that last leg. And now all of a sudden the momentum was with Van Leuven. How that has changed. Carl needs to back that 180 up.
But what's happening here?
140.
This is a superb last leg from Carl Coleman.
Yes, if Carl Coleman does get the 9 darter, permission please, then I will explode.
60.
Well, the key passage in play was the 5th leg where Leuven Van
65.
Leuven had 4 darts to open up a 3-2 lead. She was unable to take those chances, and then Coleman got his nose in front.
45.
Leuven pulled it back to a last leg decider, but hasn't been able to do anything in it. And so Coleman 116 for the match, for the win, and 6 from here.
Big moment. No need to look at the scoreboard. Focus on the double 18. You're joking, aren't you?
Shut
Carl
down
Coleman
the
starts
match.
up with a 4-3 win.
Go,
The
Coleman.
man from Teesside will be absolutely delighted with that start. Nolan Van Leuven. You can see what it means to Carl because he's got big games coming up. Another game that goes the distance there, but it's Carl Coleman, that beautiful 136. And then the finish at the end, the 116 on double 18. Carl Coleman is up and running as we move on to game 4. It's Donny Sherwater against Kevin Burness.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
McGuire,
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Burness
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed 1 round's worth of action on this Thursday afternoon, and all the games have gone the distance. Victories for Donny Shearwater, Peter Wachiuri, and before the break, Carl Coleman against Noah Lynn van Leuven. A 4-3 success for the Mills man. 2-ton plus checkouts in that one. But we now move straight into the round 2 action, into game 4 as Donny Shearwater takes on Kevin Burness. Now, Donny won his first match.
61.
Kevin lost his first match, but it was Kevin who had the better performance, averaged 10 points more, but he missed a lot of doubles. 3 from 17 in that match. And Donny Shearwater, well, he did a good job of picking up the pieces against Martin Thomas in his previous match. He was 4 for 9 on the doubles, but he was seeing Martin Thomas miss everything in front of him. 3 from 21 on the outer ring. So actually, you can make an argument that if Kevin plays like he did in the previous match, despite playing better than Donny, and Donny plays how he played in the previous match, there could be an opportunity for the Dutchman, just like he did in Group A, to win his opening 2 games.
40.
I think I understand what you said there. Yeah, it was a pretty ropey opening game. Martin Thomas went into that one
100
as the favourite to top the group as well. Where Donny had lost his games in Group C.
59.
Losing 12 of his last 13 games. Well, Kevin Burness, we just sensed.
Double 14. What a start.
Shot the first leg.
Brilliant from Burness.
Kevin Burness.
A clinical kill from Kev. The 1-2-1 for 12 darter to take the early advantage, the early ascendancy against Donny Shearwater. Are we just waiting for somebody just to burst into life?
I think we are, Henry, actually. And maybe that player will be Kevin Burness. He'll have been extremely disappointed to lose his first game.
97.
But one thing, the Modus Super Series, but you can't afford to lose too many in the Group C campaign. He's one of the heavy hitters.
100.
He comes here banging form and demonstrating it early in this game. A chasm between him and the averages.
60.
In footballing terms, you would call this a bit of a mismatch.
140.
Bit like watching Liverpool against Southampton right now.
Well, the first 3 games went the distance, as we alluded to.
59. Kevin, you require 81.
This one has been rapid. We've literally only played 2.5 minutes. And Kev Burness, yeah, he could have gone 12 bull. I think he's just realised the situation. May even stay there.
49.
If he carries on at this pace, there could be a couple of things that could be up for interpretation here. Record average, record time. But this has to be quick. This has to go first dart.
32.
It's not going to. The record average could still be on, but the record pace probably won't be from this point. 115.62 the average after 2 legs here for Kevin Burness, and Donny Shearwater has absolutely nothing by way of response. He has been beaten from pillar to post by this man.
Yeah, fair play to Donny, though. He's not sulking. He's not throwing his arms about. I think it's that realisation here that his opponent's playing out of his skin right now.
As I mentioned to you earlier, Donny is such a likeable young man.
77.
Always willing to know and try and improve himself as a player, and definitely somebody who's been very popular amongst his peers in the practice room as well.
Yeah, friendships are made at the Modus Super Series. They spend a lot of time with each other.
133.
Sometimes you get some real characters in there and you just want to be in the players' area.
You made any friends at the Super Series, Glenn?
No, I was sulking. I played 8 last night. It's a case of stay away from me.
29.
Burness 6 starts on 210 to go 3 up, get the double break in the match.
134.
Averaging 112.66 at this present moment in time.
100. Kevin Iroquois, 76.
Yes, he's been brilliant. But these are the types of finishes I love. I love to see how players manoeuvre their way around the board. That is outstanding. And look what it means to Kev Burness. Let me just reel a couple of names he's beaten just this month.
It's Kevin to throw first.
Darren Beveridge, James Wade, Carl Sneed, who we've seen here recently. He was superb. Raymond van Barneveld. Kev Burness beat
83.
Barney, who was averaging 100.08 in that game. Kevin Burness comes to the Motor Super Series bang in form. Didn't demonstrate those qualities in his first game.
41.
But he has been superb in this one.
And he's on for a potential career best here. His record recorded average is 105.80.
97.
That came on the Challenge Tour in 2020 in a game against Tommy Lishman in Wigan.
140.
Yeah, fair play to Donny. He just seems to have been in a world of his own right now, just doing his own thing, admiring, no doubt, what his opponent's doing.
100.
And he's not relenting. The focus is there. We saw the little fist pump at that end of leg 3 there from Burness. He sensed it was an important game. He sensed he was the better player. And boy, has
33.
he delivered.
And he's got 6 starts from here to get the better of Donny Sherwater by 4-0. The first performance was a little bit cagey from Kevin Burness. The second one has been him at his fluent best. 96 left after 12, and if he does get this done in 2, KB's got a PB.
95. Kevin Iroquois, 96.
From the first start. So 74 points left. And look at the 14's bed. Leaves himself a 2-darter. The only time he's pretty much blinked in this game.
Well, it's not going to be the best performance of the week. 107.36 from Leonard Gates, but this is up there with anything that we've seen over the past 4 days. Double top for Kevin Burness to seal a 4-0 victory and to put the seal on a nigh-on perfect display. It's 103.66 in the end, which is level with the average Noah Lynn van Leuven posted against Barry Copeland on Monday morning. And Kevin Burness has more than announced his arrival here at the Super Series, beating Donny Sherwater by 4-0 with an average of 103.66, 4 from 5 in terms of the doubles, and a 1-2-1 checkout to kick off the match. Coming up after the break, Noah Lynn van Leuven takes on Martin Thomas.
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series, where Kevin Burness has just put a real masterclass on, winning his game 4-0. Despite the fact he lost his opening game, he looks superb, averaging over 103 in a big victory. Kevin Burness will be feeling really good about himself with his first couple of points on the board. Nolan van Leuven and Martin Thomas will have been extremely disappointed with their opening games. Nolan van Leuven put himself in a great position against Carl Coleman. Martin Thomas
Game on.
had opportunities as the pair of them missed doubles after doubles to win that game. So it'll be interesting dynamic in this one, Henry.
180.
Certainly will be. Nolan van Leuven, in terms of scoring this week, has been superb at times. Had 2 180s in a opening defeat to Carl Coleman. Kicks off this game with a max, and I have a rough feeling what was happening
94.
there, because this is becoming a little bit of a trend. We saw it last week from Darren Brown. It would have been magic if he did pull it off. 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, and was then looking for the 3 bullseyes.
123.
But could it be magic now, Glenn?
Tragic, more like, with jokes like that.
100.
Stick around with me, pal. You'll get much better than that.
No wonder you've got no friends.
60. No, only 127.
127 and plenty of time from here. Fair to say that Martin Thomas had a couple of legs in his opening
49.
game against Donny Shearwater where he was unable to hit the mark in terms of the doubles, and it felt like he was getting hit by that particular sucker punch fairly badly. As you know, then there was a key point in that game against Carl Coleman where she had 4 darts to go, 3 to up, couldn't take them.
Required 78.
And that was the difference between victory and defeat in that game. Double 12 for the first leg. Been a real good start on throw. 15 darters on throw in this format will make you very hard to beat. And that is exactly what Noah Lynn has got to take the opening leg.
To throw first.
Yeah, the opening narrative there was about the pair of them missing so many darts at a double. I just sense that this game,
41.
the difference could be the finishing, and a fantastic start there for Nolan van Leuven. Martin Thomas scored very nicely in that leg. Had the opportunity to start this one, but a disappointing
85.
start. Slightly punished by van Leuven.
First time we've seen you since week 1, Glenn, so I just want to get your prognosis on the series so far and the Champions Week
96.
field that is beginning to be assembled. It really does look like an opportunity for players to win perhaps their biggest title of their career so far.
Yeah,
100.
I honestly think you've answered the question in that as well, because it's going to be names where people have got opportunities. It's great to see
134.
WDF World Champion Shane McGurk qualifying. I've always been a fan of Rhys Robinson, maybe not his interviews afterwards, but yeah, I just
38.
think I'd like to see a Steve Beaton, a Simon Whitlock maybe, or a real big name to highlight the week as well. But you're absolutely right, Opportunity Knocks, massive prize
140.
that's out there. It's the biggest prize for any amateur player to win right now. And nothing
58.
changes my Saturday night. Is often watching quality darts. That's exactly what Martin Thomas needs here.
54.
Martin Thomas 3 from 21 on the outer ring in the first match. Good opportunity. Will be back at a favoured double.
56. Martin required 36.
2 18s to square up.
Game on the
You'd
second.
be happy
leg.
enough with that.
Martin Thomas.
Probably more happy he didn't have to go down to the last dart in hand. He just wanted a clean execution. And first things first, to establish whose
Game.
water's which. Very important, that. There's the infamous Taylor Gurney incident, wasn't there?
55.
Where Phil was, let's say, not too satisfied that Darryl didn't pour him a glass before their Grand Slam quarter-final.
I wouldn't have answered him there.
100.
Nolan looked right in the zone, like a player needs to be as you walk to a knocky. And then to be asked that question that I wouldn't have answered.
135.
No wonder I wasn't liked.
Well, the thing for mine is it wouldn't have been any kind of gamesmanship or anything like that.
41.
He doesn't play that way. That's just not his philosophy. He probably didn't have a clue, genuinely, and just thought, "Do you know what, I might as well anything happens, just ask. Not quite the Simon Adams incident where he'd finish his glass of water and then tip some of Steve West's water into his cup.
100.
Yes, Martin Thomas, one of the real good guys. This has been a quality game.
171.
I say both peppering that 90 average, but that beautiful setup play there for Nolan. And once again, a match which so far has been determined on throw.
40.
Was this one of those typical scenarios where one player will then lead the rest of the pack into battle? Given Burness the 103 in the previous game, and this match much better than what we've seen towards the early portion of the day. They were then leading 2-1, 14 data, averaging 92.5, just over that mark.
Yeah, good point, Henry, and it was something that you alluded to as he was in the third leg of his game. Kevin Burness, you said it may just take a performance like this to kick-start the others. And this has been a game of real high quality.
44.
Both players still averaging over 90. That's always a good indication. Martin Thomas, despite the fact he's playing well, he was a big favourite for this Group C campaign. After 2 matches, could be looking down the barrel of losing both games, and we know you can't afford to lose too many in Group C.
Well, if you listen to Matthew
97.
Edgar,
I try not to.
but he says that there's a rule of 3. If you lose 3 matches, then you are hanging on to
100.
your Super Series skin. But you wouldn't have known that because you don't listen to Matthew Edgar.
59. Martin, you're
Gonna have to listen to him on Saturday, you know.
167.
I said he's fine in his range because he throws that really flat dart.
97.
Sensible play was to go down to the 19s. And a beautiful hit. We are looking good for 2-2.
55.
70
Martin,
required.
70.
And plenty of time on side. It's been a game dominated with the darts.
Game show on the
And
fourth
that
leg.
continues here.
Martin
2-2.
Thomas.
You can tell these
Looks like
two
it's
are
Noah Lynn to
really
throw
locked
first.
in.
Game.
Particularly Noah Lynn. I think one of her best traits is a focus.
180.
And she puts in her second max of the contest.
The accuracy on the treble 20 is a decent trait as well. But when you're talking about having that advantage of throw,
44.
you have to go then look at Martin Notes in the opening 2 games, went the distance. And having the throw was to the detriment.
56.
Is it too early to say must win already, Henry, for these two?
Honest answer is I don't know.
83.
That's the honest answer. Kevin has got the potential to possibly be the player that goes a little bit crazy in this group. And if he
58.
does, then I think the next player back in terms of that second position, I think that will be very, very tight.
Well, I'll add to it then. Game 6 is Peter Wachiuri against Carl Coleman. Did we expect them 2
58.
players to be sat top on 4 points after the 2 games? We were talking about the heavy hit of Burness, the favourite in Martin Thomas.
95.
I would argue, though, that it's still very early in the group and things perhaps may not establish themselves until around about round 4 in the day.
140.
I just sense the more that Martin Thomas plays this week, if he's not playing an awful lot of darts. Van Leuven being very busy, double 16.
80.
Miss there, but it wasn't a miss that was catastrophic. However, Thomas here looking to find another, finds another.
140.
And there is
32.
more opportunities squandered in leg 5 of a match from Nolan Van Leuven. She could be punished just like she was last time out.
No score. Martin, you require 36.
It was an important passage of play. It was thumbs down for Nolan Van Leuven.
27.
And that last
Nolan, you
dart was
require 32.
petulantly thrown for Martin Thomas there. And so Noah Lynn gets another opportunity, double 8.
Game
Great
shot on
dart,
the
because
fifth
that
leg.
flight would have just obscured
Leuven
the
van
target a little bit there. Now and then lead 3-2.
5 legs played.
6
5 legs on
Martin to
throw.
first. $100.
For Norlin. Once again, as we mentioned with Carl Coleman, this leg will feel like a bit of a free roll.
43.
For Martin Thomas, he has to be immaculate from here. There's a lot of movement on that first start. Just a little bit jittery.
45. $85. $90.
Now, I do think Martin is one of those players that, because he's been here from the days of Southampton and he's been a big part of the growth and the development of this particular
70.
product, I almost feel like there's perhaps players like him, players like Mike Gillett, players like Ryan Finesse, et al. I almost feel that sometimes there could be a little bit more pressure on their shoulders because they want to prove that they're there based on what they're doing now and not based on what they've done in the past.
Yeah, I get that. We're seeing a lot more
40. Martin,
players
you're
here at the
86.
Motortip by qualifying for the event. Beautiful dart. It was a wonderful setup play. And it's a
Game
wonderful
shot on the
execution of the
sixth
finish.
Martin Thomas.
Both players went the distance in defeat in their first game. Massive
Seventh and
leg of
final
darts for
leg,
both
it's Noah
players.
Lynn to throw first. Game on.
Step back, Martin. Well, for the 4th time in 5 games, we go all the way.
134.
Now, untimely about how could that be for Martin?
40.
And now all the cards have been hoisted in the direction of Leuven van Leuven following the first visit of this final leg.
134.
Back-to-back 1-3-4s. Martin Thomas's back is firmly against the wall here. But he's a fighter. It's one of his greatest qualities.
180.
Yeah, absolutely, Henry. That was magnificent. He was down and out.
93.
You sense that could be enough. Surely not another one, Martin. We said he's the stereotypical scrapper. He is fighting for his Group C campaign here. But it's Leuven van Leuven. First down to a finish. A steady ton. Does not want to bust.
100. Martin, you've got 150.
Yeah, don't want to do what Leonard did earlier on in the week. 158 for Thomas isn't on the menu, and so Leuven van Leuven will come back for tops to get her first win of the week.
96.
Or in this Group C, sorry, shall I say.
40.
It's a match that's gone with throat. Will the trend continue? This is getting nervy, but Leuven van Leuven gets over the winning line. And for Martin Thomas, he was the favourite going into this Group C campaign, but 2 matches played, 2 defeats, and 2 that's gone the distance. Leuven van Leuven will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Leuven gets the first 2 points of the day. Better stats, better on the doubles. Bottle at the end to win that 1-4-3. Big opportunity for the next 2 players. This will determine who goes top after 2 games. It's Peter Wachiuri against Carl Coleman.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Motor Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And one more time, the 8th Motor Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Motor Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Motor Super Series. This is how the table looks. Everybody bar one on 2 points. And come the end of this one of Peter Wachiuri and Coleman move on to 4. Before the break, Leuven van Leuven got the better of Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 3. Game 6, it is Wachiuri against Coleman here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, Peter in the previous match, just having a little delve through social media, Glenn, almost combusted the internet. Now, this is how popular this guy is, and this is the fanfare that Peter Wachiuri has. One 9-dart attempt clip goes up on X for the official Super Series account.
It's Peter to throw first.
It is incredible how many replies and how many quote tweets you get to every single post that is written about him. He's such a popular character, not just carrying the weight of a country, but he's carrying the weight of a continent on his shoulders. And he really, really is doing Kenyan darts, African darts, and most importantly himself, justice. He's been a great addition to the field.
Yeah, when he got that first win on Monday, the first player to congratulate him was Devon Peterson. Hopefully Devon is watching and very proud of what Peter's doing, and it's a big game for him. The winner of this one will go back to the players area, top of the table. And you can say it again, Henry, that it's very early. But as a motivational boost, let me tell you, that'll be big for these two players. A win of getting through Group C will be big moments for the pair of these two. Both will be on a real bit of a high after the first game.
81.
He's just taking everything as it comes, Peter Wachiuri. I think he's got this feeling that anything he does is going to be a bonus.
I mean, I'm an old man now, Henry, so you've got a better memory than me. But when we watched that African final qualifier, there was a major tournament going on at the time, wasn't there? Yeah, everybody
93.
was fixated on that incredible commentary, unbelievable crowd. The Vuvuzelas were out in force. And that double 17 for the 154 will live in the memory for Wachiuri.
If I remember rightly, the World Grand Prix final was almost put on hold because we needed to see whether Peter Wachiuri could hit a double 17 for what. I mean, that was incredible. The vuvuzelas after the 140. Do you remember they had a klaxon as well? So every time, I think it was when a 180 or 140, one or the other was hit, a klaxon would go off in the crowd and they would go crazy for it.
It's similar on a Saturday night when you're not working and you're in the audience. I mean, the crowd just go wild for you, Henry.
45.
Suppose you know what a crowd is, Glenn.
100.
Is that enough? A
BT
beautiful
require
first start there. No
170.
reaction from Carl. Well, if he nearly broke the internet with the 9-dart attempt, this could go viral. Plan B works an absolute treat, though. An awful lot of pressure on this 90, but it is for a breaker throw for Coleman.
Double 15, and Cole Coleman gets the break. 1-0
Coleman.
to the Teessider.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Very proud. I should have no bias in the commentary box, though, should I, Henry? You can feel free to remind me.
First thing I taught you, Glenn, was to be
81.
impartial at all times.
Oh, yes, you taught me everything, didn't you?
Anyway, come on, Peter.
Good, like it.
$41.
Great markers.
100.
They feel good. You know you're throwing well. How many times as a commentator do we say, great darts, no reward? Carl Coleman just putting themselves in good positions without being spectacular.
60.
Around about the 90 average mark at the moment. And as I mentioned in our first game, he's playing an awful lot of ADC. So one of the criticisms is the fact he's only playing best of 3 games until you get
95.
to the quarterfinals and further on. So how is Carl gonna react in best of 7s, best of 9s, and hopefully one day best of 11s when he's on the Pro Tour? That's the dream.
125.
I wonder what the dreams are for Peter Wachiuri, what he sees as realistic goals, aims, expectations, what may well be the next step of his journey.
I think being here, I think the fact he's been brilliant on and off the hockey. And everybody very similar to the Simon Adams, that it's not even sometimes about the data where he's conducted
41.
himself, and
Carly back 167.
he's been brilliant, absolutely fantastic. But about Carl Coleman at the moment, again, super marker. Just a little drift into the 5s.
55.
It's a chance for Wachiuri.
Coleman looks at 112 then for a 2-0 lead in this match. He's been playing markedly better
76.
than his opponent in this
Carly Maguire,
contest. Wachiuri
120.
just about leaves himself on a finish there. Just needs the 1 treble to give himself a dart and a double. And that's a handy guide. But he's unable to utilise it. Probably offset a little bit by dropping that 3rd dart. Maybe better serve with a bit more experience at that point.
56.
Maybe just to step back and
Easy
recompose
require
rather than maybe panic and
158.
throw the dart.
Well, he's 5 from 6 on the outer ring today, Carl Coleman, so you'll feel it if he gets chance. Then he'll expect this 56 to go.
41.
This has been
Carly
his
back
strength.
156.
But in darts, we say so far, the focus, the little come on, he said to himself. Big number hit.
36.
But able to apply
Easy
the
require
finishing touches on
170.
tops. But Wachiuri hasn't quite cleaned it up from the 158. Still needs a treble to give himself a dart to the outer ring.
Stunning. Delightful.
$97.
Just took a little bit longer to release that last start. And
20.
as a result, has pulled it low. And so Coleman, well, he's faffed
Games
around
on the second leg.
for large spells of
Coleman.
that last leg, but he's managed to get it one, and he leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the pace of this game might just be suiting. There's the stare. I think he's been watching the Motor Super Series, Henry. The camera's off, Carl. You've had your moment.
97.
Well, everybody's got to have their 15 minutes of fame, Glenn.
$85.
A little nod of the head there from Carl. Big leg here for Peter. There's that, just that little flick. So effective. Them darts look like feathers as he's thrown them.
45.
Just an error. You can see Carl behind him realising his chance. He'll kill me for saying this, but he dropped a couple of shirts off yesterday.
60.
And then he was off to the sunbeds. Carl Coleman going to sunbeds. What a sad day.
I'm assuming the sunshine isn't out in Middlesbrough at this time of year.
180.
Sun is shining for Wachiuri. Another 180 to add to the collection. 4 in the opening game. And the first of this match.
60. $60.
Just a 180 really. This leg has been all about Wachiuri. Just the 180 needed.
140. Peter for 119.
So Wachiuri 119 to get a leg on the board in the match. Treble 20 tops. Tops it is for the 119.
79.
Not to be. He'll
Coley for
expect to come back, but
156.
Coleman's already had a couple of ton-plus checkouts today.
Yeah, the 136 very similar to this one. He needs the 2 treble 20s to start. That was a well-thrown dart once again. When he's missing, he's just peppering that
45.
treble.
Peter
Pretty
required
petulant
40.
last start. And then spits his dummy out at the end. You don't want to give your opponent anything.
Tops for Peter Wachiuri to bring it back to 2-1.
Game shot
In
the
it
third
goes.
leg.
No mistake.
Peter Wachiuri.
Game still back on.
Fourth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Devon Peterson became the first ever African player to pick up a major title
60.
back in December by winning the ADC Global Championship here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, beating Portsmouth's Adam Lipscomb by 9 legs to 3 in that particular finale. Tournament will return at the back end of
121.
2025, but you feel like that's a real breakthrough moment, perhaps a real watershed moment for darts in Africa. Devon really has trailblazed
60.
in that region for so many years, but to have a title with the name Global in it feels like a massive step in the right direction and could inspire so many people to take up the sport.
Well, I think Peter's inspiring a lot of
100.
players. I wasn't sure how he was going to perform on that stage this week. He certainly exceeded my expectations, and like I said, the carrot is dangling in this game.
58.
To start your Group C campaign with 2 wins out of 2 and be sat top of the table might not mean an awful lot early doors. It's just the fact that when you go back to that players area in a Group A campaign, he's seen himself
83.
at the bottom element of the draw, whereas he can go back and see himself at the top, and then he'll be genuine feelings that he can qualify from this Group C, and then Saturday night, hopefully, we'll have a full house in here.
100.
Well, it's been packed to the rafters the last few weeks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I'm sure next week you won't have a seat to be had here when you've got Beaton, Whitlock, et al. Here.
59.
I thought you might have gone downstairs with the last one.
138.
138. This could be the greatest 138 we've ever seen. It's on.
.58 left. Should be 18 to leave tops.
98.
Indeed it will.
Oliver
So
Hoyle,
Coleman
123.
looking at the 1-2-3 to make it 3-1. Triple 18 for the bull. Bullseye for his third tub plus checker of the day. No mistake.
On the fourth leg.
In the middle, it
Cole
solves the
Coleman.
riddle for Carl Coleman, and he stretches his lead into 2.
Fifth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
And I don't think Peter Wachiuri enjoyed it too much.
The highs and lows. His finishing has been magic today.
His third tub plus check out of the session. Had a couple in his victory against Noah Van Leuven. And that,
95.
not just was it a big check out, but it was a big check out at a big time because the opponent was sat on tops to level up at 2-2. He would have had the darts to have gone in front. It's not about doing good things. It's about when you do good
43.
things. And that was timed to nigh on perfection.
Yeah, from 4 from 5 on the doubles for Carl Coleman. Game 1.
Sixth.
3 from 5 here. That's been the difference for him. That 1-3-6 in the first game. That 1-2-3 there. We saw the reaction from Wachiuri. If Carl can just find
60.
his scoring boots as well, that's an element of the game. He can and will improve.
Great find with the last. That visit could have so easily gone wrong after that second dart diverted into the treble 1.
70.
Well, Peter looking to continue has been a bit of a trend this afternoon. All but one game has seen at least 6 legs. In fact, all but one game has seen 7 legs today.
83.
Kevin Burness was winning legs in under 2 minutes. His next game will be against this man in your picture. What position in the table will Carl Coleman be?
125.
On throw with Wachiuri. 6 starts and 140. Just a steady ton will be enough. Or does he want more?
He's gone tops. Absolutely
Game on the
magnificent for
fifth leg.
Peter Wachiuri.
Peter Wachiuri.
His best checkout of the week.
Sixth leg,
And
it's
it
Cole
comes
to
at a
throw
big
first.
moment.
Game on.
And he gave it the seal of approval to boot.
Give us a stare. Give us a stare, Peter. Moment of the day so far. I've seen some cracking finishing. That 1-2-3 from Carl Coleman in the previous leg.
60.
But that undoes everything. That was stunning. That treble 20. I just assumed he was going to lay another one at the side of it. To then go tops. He's a classy operator.
Peter Wachiuri is the gift that just keeps
90.
on giving. I'm going to make a prediction, and you can hold this on record.
58.
Peter Wachiuri is going to hit a big fish by the time he's done this week. I've just got that feeling. I'd almost put my house on it.
100.
Which one? Remember, this is on the throw of Carl Coleman, who was cruising a 3-1 with that 1-2-3 finish.
36.
But quite simply, his scoring hasn't been up for it. Peter Wachiuri's taking his average up to 86 now. He's on the upwards trajectory. He has been finding that treble 20 with real ease. You sense one treble here.
100.
And I think he's favoured for this game. Carl Coleman looks at the score there. When he needed a big score in a similar situation, he found the treble 20 bed. He cannot afford to go dry again.
60.
Well, Carl Coleman looks as if he's been hit by the sucker punch that was the 140 check out by Peter Wachiuri in the previous leg.
57.
Left punch drunk by the brilliance of the Kenyan.
Yeah, this is how your campaign can change. Carl was probably in the mindset of thinking 2 wins out of 2.
45.
But looks like we are going the
These
distance, and
require
crucially,
154.
Wachiuri would have the dart in the decider. This is a Group C campaign of fine margins.
43.
Well, that's just presenting a little bit of an opening if Coleman can hit big. Needs another, though. Finds another.
140.
Now this leg is open
These
for
require
interpretation.
111.
Beautiful dart once again. This masterclass of finishing. Is it going to continue? Well, he's got a dart at tops once again. Takes his time, but look at the eyes. Not once taking it off that target. Gets his breathing right. Does he feel good?
91.
Well, despite all that brilliance, that could be the last dart he throws in this match. Because Coleman's coming back for 102 to win it. Treble 14 would have given him a dart at top. So Wachiuri double 10 to take us all the way.
39.
Yeah, sensible play there for Carl.
PT require 20.
Just the execution, just not there. A little bite of the flight. Wachiuri once again going through that same process. However, just in the back of your mind, you're almost thinking this has to go. Does he tighten up? Because now we can get awkward. That transition to the double fire. He's aggressive.
On the sick flare.
He's impressive.
Peter Wachiuri.
And Wachiuri has taken this match to another 7-legger.
7
Great
from
spirit
final
between
leg.
all the
Peter
players.
to throw first.
But crucially, Henry, Wachiuri to throw first.
Game on.
And Wachiuri 1-4-3 in his opening match against Kevin Burness, who we said was the player of the group so far. We know he can hold his nerve when it comes to tight and tense situations. If he wins this,
100.
he will go to the top of the group.
Yeah, he's outscored Carl. Carl has to respond to that 140. Does he move? Can he see enough of that treble? Yes, he can.
140.
Outstanding response.
If Peter Wachiuri was to win this game, go top of the group and subsequently qualify, this place will be sold out on Saturday. Make no mistake about that.
And so will be the Vuvuzelas at the pound shop next door.
I think it'd be rude not to. Just not whilst the players are
64.
throwing.
What a last dart that was. As we were just talking over those first 2 darts, and as an opponent you stood there behind and think, this is my chance. All you can do when you're against a dart is, can you beat the last score?
41.
And there's the reaction there. Is he just trying too hard right now? Has this game gotten the better of him? Wachiuri looks the more composed right now.
$58.
Still plenty to play for. Trebles are like gold dust right now.
60.
Nothing wrong with those darts. That's what you've got to tell yourself. But a big chance for the Kenyan. He's dictating the pace.
And as you know all too well, Glenn, that could be the slip which allows Wachiuri in. That allows him the breathing space that he needs to get this job done. But he will have to hit. Needs a treble with the last. Otherwise, Coleman's back in this leg, 45. And he is.
You sense this is going to go right down to the final double.
45.
You've got to grab those opportunities. It's back over to the Kenyan. This time he does. Now he sees the home stretch. Now he's sprinting to the winning line.
131.
He'll take that every day of the week.
Left 63 to complete success and to move himself to the top of the group.
43. Peter requires 63.
Let's see what Carl thinks of that. So many options on 63. Well, that's different. Double 19 once again. Looks at it, stares at it. And from 3-1 down.
44.
Well, double 19 is his favourite double. Appears unable to find it at a key point there, but luckily for him, Carl has just kind of come off the pace in this last leg.
46.
And has afforded Wachiuri
Peter require 19.
a 7th visit to the board in the 7th leg of the match to win the contest.
You've got to be aggressive on the big three. Stay away from the 19. Right smack bang in the middle. Just a little step back. Same process. Great marker. Fabulous camera angle. There's the eye line.
3.
Carl Coleman, how's your luck?
126.
Well, if this goes, expect to see a release of emotions. If this goes, Peter Wachiuri would have been hit with a haymaker, but he's going to come back for
54.
double 8. And you sense this time he has to get. He's had opportunities now. He's had a couple of
16.
visits. This time he has to make hay while the sun shines.
Carl Coleman led this game 3-1. Some beautiful finishing from the pair of them. But you just sense that Wachiuri's just hit the skids a little bit. But there's another opportunity. And it's 2 wins out of 2 for Peter Wachiuri.
Peter
It was a game that went the
Wachiuri.
distance. Carl Coleman will feel that's the one that got away. He had firm control with a 1-2-3 finish. He led the game 3-1. But the Kenyan is flying right now. He moves on to top of the table. He moves on to 4 points. Peter Wachiuri is enjoying every moment as we move on to the next game. It's Donny Shearwater against Nolan van Leuven.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go,
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Burness
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have seen a lot of legs so far today. 6 games down, that's what we've watched. And Peter Wachiuri is the player at the top of the table. He's won both his matches, the only player to have a perfect record so far. Then we have a smattering of players on 2 points. And then Martin Thomas, the only player without a point to his name. Right, game 7 sees Donny Shearwater and Noah Lynn van Leuven go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For Noah Lynn, 1-4-3 win and 1-4-3 defeat. But for Donny Shearwater, he beat Martin Thomas in his opening game of the session and then was beaten by a brilliant Kevin Burness, who averaged 103.5.
First leg, it's
game
Donny
2.
to throw first.
For Noah Lynn,
Game on.
hasn't quite played at her best as of yet. But that can be put down to a lot of missed darts at the double. The scoring component of the game hasn't been too bad. But you feel like there's been pivotal points today where opportunities have gone a begging. But you would sense that her scoring prowess should be too much for Donny Shearwater if the pattern of today is to continue.
81.
Well, Donny's first game on Monday did beat Nolan van Leuven, but since then, and in particular yesterday, it was one-way traffic for van Leuven.
95.
Disappointing start to the day, as Henry alluded to. What a real good opportunity to join Peter Wachiuri. So much, as you mentioned, interest
56.
on social media for Peter. There's even one for getting him in the Premier League next year. Hashtag.
58.
Only great players play in the Premier League, Glenn, don't they?
Well, good
94.
players, great players only win it. Shabba.
Are you the only member of our commentary team that's ever played the Premier League?
140.
Superb setup there from van Leuven. I'm not sure if Nico did. I don't know.
No, Nico famously missed out, didn't he? 2012.
31.
Mace
I believe
at his
we're going
pomp, the
68.
Premier League didn't exist. No, it ain't looking at 68. Down for double 2, in the
Game
double
shot
2.
the first leg. Nolan van Leuven.
Matt Edgar was never in the conversation, was he, to play in the Premier League?
Second leg, it's Nolan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Darius Labanowski put pay to him. Nolan's double 2. Let's put it to that first leg.
134.
And just beginning to stamp authority on a Group C campaign. We felt Nolan had every chance of qualification for Saturday night.
58.
I think this is the perfect game at the perfect time for Noah van
100.
Leuven. Donny he's struggling, and I hate to keep illustrating the point, and I'm going to leave it at that. But for Noah Lynn, she must feel this is the perfect game just to build a bit of confidence, get everything right, and then attack the rest of the day.
Yeah, if there's one thing I do know. It can be a lonely place on that stage. For Donny,
140.
things I thought were turning around when he was quite fortunate to win their opening game. His opponent, Martin Thomas, just missed a staggering amount of doubles. I thought that might have really kick-started his campaign. Nolan van Leuven won this contest comfortably 4-0 yesterday. Nolan could be halfway of doing exactly the same. Does Nolan go for the bull?
89.
I'm not sure.
Well, if that was Peter Wachiuri, I would have guaranteed that that would have been a setup play to leave double 19.
100.
What will Nolan do here? Because Donny's not on a finish. There could be a temptation to split, but she goes straight for it. 13 darts at 2-0, 107.36 the average.
Third leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so Nolan's opening average on Monday morning, 73.94. 45 minutes later, Nolan 4-0 over Barry Copeland with 103.66. The levels are there. It hasn't been the best of start in 2025 for Nolan van Leuven. But darts always gives you opportunities. You're only a dart away from success.
But Nolan was...
58.
I have to admit that now the season's just getting started for her. She took a little bit of time away after the World Championship and now almost looking to peak for the match play in July. And I did an interview with Nolan, which you will be able to watch on Pluto TV in due course, that she feels like she hasn't played her best yet in that particular venue. And that the next step for her, and we mentioned a little bit in her first game, is turning floor form to stage form. And if she can provide some of the excellent stuff she's done in the women's series on a big stage, she's going to be a frightening proposition for any player in the world. 109 average to beat Bo Greaves in a final, for example.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing their interview, but I will be personally asking Pluto TV if I can interview you, Henry.
Nobody needs to know anything about me. No one cares about me.
There must be something interesting about you.
No one cares about me, Glenn. No one knows about me.
30.
There might be a couple of interesting things.
You can pick any of your houses to do the interview at.
41.
First little mistake there from Nolan. And as you mentioned, Shearwater a long way from where he wants to be. It's almost like you forget how to throw your dart at times, but a good response. He's fighting. He's not giving up. He's not showing signs of petulance. You can see evident disappointment in the background there.
45. Donny, you require 149.
149 for Donny Shearwater to half the gap to 2-1. Not to be on this particular occasion,
92.
but he has got time on his side. Just come off the pace a little bit here in this third leg, Nolan. But she knows she's done the job that she needs to do in this game. She got the break in leg
100.
one. This would have been
57.
a bonus.
He didn't have any dart at a double in his previous game. And these are the first darts at a double for a long time. Fair play to Shearwater, almost writing him off a 2-0 down. But a couple of treble 19s.
Nolan to throw first.
Good set of play. And a beautiful double tops. Donny Shearwater is back in this match.
Back to 2-1. It just poses that question of
97.
Nolan van Leuven.
A wonderful weekend of darts. You just sense that the first major after the Masters, that FA Cup of darts. Any dark horses for you, or do you think it's going to go to one of the big favourites?
I think it's a tough... I'm not trying to sit on the fence here, by the way, Glenn, not at all. But what I will say is it's fair, this is tougher than other tournaments to...
Just a name will do, Henry.
I tell you what, it's that part of the season. Joe, I said last week actually to Nico that I really like the look of Chris Dobie to win something this year, something big this year. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes on and wins the UK Open. But then there's
58.
also other players you look at and you think, a Ryan Searle, a Ross Smith, that because of the open nature of the draw, you know, for example, Luke Littler could play Michael Van Gogh and Luke Humphries could play Gerwyn Price in the fourth round. That's a conceivable
70.
possibility. if things open up, and I'm not saying that Ross and Ryan can't be the big hitters, of course they can, but if everything goes right, players like them could also have a run. And remember, the last few
100.
years, the big hitters haven't won that tournament. Vandenberg was an outsider against Humphreys last year. You had Andrew Gilding beat Van Gerwen. You had Danny Noppert beat Michael Smith. It's the open for interpretation
32.
major.
Require 106.
I wish I'd never asked. Double 16.
74.
Anyway, Luke Little wins it.
Oh, that's funny. Just checking the scores there. He doesn't want to stay on the 19s because that would leave 162 if he hits a single. Your mind goes blank with 17s.
92.
Almost a
Well,
hit
then
and
you
hope
require
at the end there
32.
for a 3-1 lead. And to go one away.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Noah Lynn
3-1, Noah Lynn van Leuven.
Last word on the UK Open. The last 3 winners, as you
Fifth
rightly
against Johnny
mentioned
to
there,
throw first.
none of them
Game on.
averaged over 100 to win it.
But I think it's the toughest tournament to win because there's so many factors that come into play with that tournament.
100.
Most tournaments, you know roughly when you're playing, you know roughly your draw, you can map things out a little bit easier. With the UK Open, you could play, for example,
85.
last on board 4 at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and then play first on the main stage at 7 o'clock. And you don't know who your opponent's going to be.
Yeah, that's why I admire Phil Taylor winning it, going back to the Reebok. He started
31.
on the Thursday.
You had extra preliminary rounds.
Nolan 140.
Dominated this match from the first start. Was peppering over 100 average at one point. The average it round about the
60.
92. Super solid. Really professional job. Nolan van Leuven will move to 4 points with
60.
victory in this game. Can Donny find something extra special?
Well, forget Donny Shearwater. Donny's in hot water here.
100.
Won his first match, but it looks like it's going to be 2 defeats from 2. As for
96.
Noah Lynn van Leuven, it looks like a reverse of that. Lost out to Carl Coleman in game 1, but now looks set to make it back-to-back wins here against Donny. These two actually came into the venue together this morning, but that friendship has been put to a side.
100.
And Noah Lynn has an opportunity here to get the win.
$48.
Well, she puts
Donny
victory
require
on hold.
110.
Donny Sherwood had one really good leg. You can just see him assessing the situation there. Treble 17 will be the shot. Moving back for the match.
50. Noah Lynn requires 72.
72 to complete a 4-1 win for Noah Lynn van Leuven. Another one of them. These double top.
32.
Bends the wire with dart 3.
60.
Well, we talked about the belief from Sherwood and the fact that he hasn't had many darts at the double the past 90 minutes. He hit tops in this situation earlier. There's his marker.
40.
Different
Noah
outcome.
Lynn, you require
If it wasn't for Dartmoor
40.
being in the way, that might have been on target. But Noah Lynn has 3 in hand at tops. And that is a brilliant guide. Utilises it
shot
perfectly
at the match.
and wins by
Noah
4
Lynn van
legs to 1. Getting the better with Donny Shearwater. A second win from 3 for Noah Lynn van Leuven. Coming up after the break, Kevin Burness takes on Carl Coleman. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Motor Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And one more time, the 8th Motor Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series. It's been a fascinating day, very tight. Lots of games going 4-3. But in the previous match, Nolan van Leuven won the old Dutch clash, 4-1, and Nolan van Leuven sits pretty at the top of the table. However, the performance of the day is that man just taking his darts out. He was a rapid victor over Donny Shearwater earlier. The unfortunate thing for Kev is that to probably wait a good hour.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
To 90 minutes
Game
since
on.
that previous game. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds to that. But I guess he would have wanted to get straight back on the Yockey Henry because he was sensational in that match.
100.
It's one of those where you just feel like you just want to get dragged off the stage because you just want to carry on playing and playing and playing when you're in that kind of purple patch. These are two players that will feel very good about themselves going head-to-head here in Game 8 of the session. We're at the midway point. Just to mark your cards, we'll be back tonight from 10 here on Pluto TV to see the beginning of Group B. And I've got to be honest, Glenn, I looked at the lineup for later on tonight, and I really like the look of it. Jamie Lewis, don't quite know what form he's in at the moment.
100.
Gemma Hayter, who is continuing to improve. Scott Campbell, so solid. And then you got Leonard Gates in there. Anything can happen when he's at the hockey. And you know that when Barry Copeland's in a practice room, there's going to be a bit of grit.
Yeah, Leonard Gates is an interesting one. I think the 10 o'clock start really suits him. We've seen many times where he hasn't been at his incredible best early doors. But I think it's a great group. I think we're going to be having a chat with Jamie Lewis and Gemma Hayter as well. So it'll be interesting to see the stories behind the players. But what I'm seeing here very early on, Henry, I don't know if you're the same, but that last game with Carl Coleman against Peter Wachiuri was over 25 minutes. And I don't think that helped Carl's game. Carl's not the super quickest player. But you can already see he suited the pace of Kevin Burness. And maybe he got sucked in to that pace of that game as we look at the camera angle of the eye line there for Kev Burness.
42.
So chance for Coleman and a potential break of throat.
Double 8 wasn't the cleanest of first darts. But it's a clean
Game
enough
shown the
execution in
first
the
leg.
end, and Coleman gets the break.
Yeah, that was a beautiful dart. One
Second
thing he
leg,
can
it's
take
Cole
away.
to throw first.
His doubles are
Game
being
on.
good. Like I say, he seems to be enjoying the pace of this game. He'll have gone back and realised it was a missed opportunity to be 3-1 up and lose the game, to lose that unbeaten start.
60.
But the good thing about the Motor Super Season, something you alluded to, Henry, and sometimes just the timetable of events can really suit players. I've got this play at the right time.
180.
And maybe for Carl Coleman, he's just caught this game at the right time. He doesn't have to worry too much about the previous. But Burness, once again, looking menacing.
96.
Well, this is more like the Kevin Burness we saw in the old building 3 years ago. Check 4 years ago.
60.
2021. That's 4 years ago now. That's frightening.
You had
Ugh.
hair then.
Oh, wow.
I feel like I'm getting my own back today.
59.
I'm normally the butt of his jokes, if you're wondering why I quite enjoyed that one.
I tell you, it's a long time ago because you were
57.
actually well, I say playing, participating.
Advantage Durham still, if you don't mind me saying. Will be advantage Coleman after these 3 darts. Has that kissed into the treble?
$100.
I'm surprised he stayed that. It looked like it was falling out of the treble 20.
125.
Good riposte this one, Burness. 79 left after just a dozen darts, looking to attack the Coleman throw straight away. Another one of them.
140.
Leaves himself on a single to double. You sense this may have to go and it may just be one dart.
Yeah, great pace to this game, suiting both players. Top for 1-1.
Game shown the second leg. Kevin Burness.
Burness breaks back. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, great moment there for Kev. And that'll sting Carl a little bit because I don't think he was watching. I think he was at the rest table. You just don't want to hear a game shot because you know your opponent's
59.
probably going to have one dart or a double. But Kevin Burness, if you've watched the first couple of games, is bang in form coming here to the Motor Super Series in a week that I think is very, very winnable.
60.
Already Colin Osborne's through. But that Group B that you mentioned there, I think we're all super looking forward to that one. Gemma Hater will be brilliant, as always.
140.
Well, Kevin Burness knows what it's like to upset people from the northeast because he single-handedly ended the career of Paul Nicholson.
58.
Losing at the World Championships did Nicholson in that game where the lights quite literally went off on him and he would lose his tour card privileges
60.
as a result.
I thought you were going to go to the European Tour, Denmark Open. At my best as well, and I've got a brand new set of darts. I just signed for a manufacturer. I averaged 98.
62.
I lost to that man in your picture there. I don't think I shook his hand. Bad loser me.
It's not all about you, Glenn.
100.
It's about the two players on the Ock. It's about Kevin and Carl. It's not about you.
You brought up about the North East players.
Wasn't a cue for you to pipe
You haven't
up.
got over the fact I mentioned your hair. That's all it is with you.
61. Kevin, you require 142.
Anyway, it's all about Kev. 6 darts at 142 to make it 2-1. He's not going to take it out on this occasion.
Who's winning this game?
84.
Well, it's looking like Kevin Burness. Carl Coleman way back on 260. Doesn't want to leave that treble. Didn't want to go down to the 19s because of the score.
58.
We saw a beautiful double top from Kevin Burness in leg 2. There's the flyer.
38.
Well, Burness leads himself on double 10 to take a 2-1 lead in this match.
60. Kevin, you require 20.
Coleman leaves himself on a finish, but it's a big one.
Game shot
Use
the
that
third
first
leg.
star as a
Kevin
perfect guide
Burness.
just to nudge it in with dart 2. And for 1-0 down, Kevin Burness finds
Full flag,
himself in
it's
front.
Cole to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's deceptively quick as Kev. Just in that zone. Just doing his own things. And the in-play table's looking good for Kevin Burness if he can get over the line here against
100.
Carl. Here's the league table. That was looking so tight early doors. Is it just beginning to separate?
60.
That was all about the first dart.
180.
Not only it was a beautifully placed treble 20, it was just begging for more. Good response from
96.
Coleman.
You get the sense there's a real air of nip and tuck about this game.
You get the sense about the
100.
group. Still none the wiser as we move into the sort of that mid section of day one.
100.
Just a
Charlie require
reminder.
121.
Group C is 2 days of play on the afternoon. Sensible play once again from Carl. Can he just find that treble? Yes, he can.
85.
Looking good for 2-2. Good game.
Decent contest being played at what you'd call Super Series range, 86 and 88, the averages respectively.
180.
But
Charlie
Burness has
36.
piled the pressure on this.
Game shot on the
But
full
Coleman's
flag.
up to the task,
Cole
13
Coleman.
darter, 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 140.
Superstar from Burness. And a wonderful riposte from Coleman.
180.
For Maxi, 2 apiece in this
45.
match.
You need character. You need tenacity. And Kevin Burness was just taking control of this match. Carl coming on the
100.
back of that incredible disappointing the previous. Carl Coleman has got it back to 2-2 with a beautiful fourth leg. And has started this one superbly well.
140.
But Kevin Burness is playing like a champion.
Where he's clawing it out when he needs to. Coleman had that excellent leg in the last, but Burness is just
100.
finding a little bit more at times on a bit more of a consistent basis. But he's going to have to hit big here because Coleman is first to it out, and 1-2-1 is makeable, very much in his range.
60. Carly require 121.
If he's in his range, he'll have to start off on the treble, be treble 17.
57. Kevin, you require 160.
It's all about getting the W in this contest. Burness, 116. Oh, he's missed the big number.
Wow.
It's the criminal cardinal sin.
Yeah, great response there from Burness. I try to get across those highs and lows. It's almost like you're thinking of the tops
84.
before you hit the big number.
Carly requires 64.
It's that type of finish which I harp on. Carl Coleman hit this earlier by going single 16. Single 16. And under pressure, he's decided this time to go for the
Kevin,
tops.
you require 32.
Burness will get free. But only
Game
needs the
shot on
2
fifth leg.
to move within a leg.
Kevin Burness. Sixth flag, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Cigarette paper darts. Nothing to separate them apart from the score.
99. $140.
Is he turning the screw? He's responded once in this game, Carl Coleman. Needs to do it again.
60.
As Kevin Burness is smelling another victory.
Is Kev beginning to cook?
81.
Maybe he's got the hob on, but nothing on the stove.
60.
But he is moving ever closer.
180.
Turn the gas mark up.
Yes, the afterburners are on from Kevin Burness. It's been a quality game, this one. Carl Coleman showed some resilience by bouncing back when Kevin was looking good.
34.
But
Kevin,
Burness
you require
had
100.
extra gears. And this to go top of the table, treble 19. Kevin, he says, just keeping himself right. Needs to stay straight with the last. Treble will be the bonus.
44. Carl, you require 148.
Carl Coleman looking to produce a biggie.
$58. Kevin, you require 56.
So Kevin Burness for a 4-2 win, looking at double top. Now double 10. And in it goes. And for Kevin Burness,
Kevin Burness
is a win which puts him to the top of the table. 2 wins from 3, and he really is beginning to make a move, set his groove in this group. At the tail of the tape. Next up, Marty Thomas, Peter Wachiuri.
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series, where Kevin Burness is on a roll. He was tested in that previous game against Carl Coleman. A really enjoyable match, which has moved him on to 4 points. 3 players on 4 points now, including that man just approaching the hockey, Peter Wachiuri, who's played 2 games and won 2 games against the favourite going into the competition today, Martin Thomas, who's on the back of 2 defeats.
It's Martin to throw first.
But both of those defeats have gone 4-3. You can see the respect, the smiles. Great to see. But now it's business. A must-win game for Martin Thomas, Henry.
Well, I was going to ask you this question, Glenn, because
83.
you're probably the best served person to answer it. What's it like being in Martin Thomas's position where you've got 0 points on the board and loitering at the bottom of the table?
That's just awful. Just nasty.
85.
It's great to hear the production in my ear all backing me. But for me, it's here today, gone tomorrow.
55.
But brilliant to see. I've really, really enjoyed seeing Peter play today. I think he's one of those players.
125.
Just that style of the dart, the flick of the wrist, that when the first dart goes in, we'll see a plethora of 180s from him. Whereas Martin Thomas
100.
we felt that the fact he's not playing an awful lot of darts, a very disappointing Q school for him, just winning 1 game, that he'll get better as the competition goes along. But as we alluded to also, the fact that
85.
Group C can only pretty much give yourself 2 or 3 defeats when you start thinking that you're wanting other players and relying on other players to do things for you. So a game that Martin Thomas has to win.
Well, Peter Wachiuri could put himself in a very good
127.
position. Martin Thomas could leave himself languishing in the lurch with defeats in this one. He is first to a finish. But what can Wachiuri
96.
do here? He finds a treble to leave himself on 110. Thomas needs a couple of trebles here. He's unable to get. How handy can he leave it? Can he loop one over the top?
60.
Just too high.
110.
Yeah, great camera angle once again for a player who sort of understacks the dart. What a first dart from Wachiuri. Just once again, just getting the breathing, getting the focus. Big number hit, double 16. This for a breaker throw.
78. Martin, you require 76.
So, Thomas, 76. Triple 16 leaves double 14. This is
Game
very
show
much
on
a
the
modern
first
thing,
leg.
isn't it?
Martin
Leaving
Thomas.
things like double 14, double 13, double 11, double
Second
6
against
a
Peter
bit
to
more.
throw first. Game.
Now, we had Connor Scott here last year, and he does things on a dartboard which you don't even think about. And he actually said he does not mind leaving double 14 because the position on the
135.
board, yes, the breakdown isn't too great, but as a right-handed player, you are throwing that dart straight down the centre. It's an ideal dart to throw.
83.
You'll see a lot of novices as well in leagues where it's double start. They'll sort of aim at the double 14, double 11 area because it's good in the eye line, as Connor mentioned. But one name that stood out for me also was
60.
Scott Taylor. In the end, I gave up saying this is which way he's going to go for finishing because he was creating his own routes to go. So, like I said, it is the modern way.
58.
They've all got their own finishing, but totally agree that double 14 for a play. If you've got one dart in your hand as well, you'll fancy it. Just like Peter Wachiuri's fancied that treble 20, and when one go, the rest follow.
180.
I know Martin Thomas on the left to finish with a max, but a 140 there would have left him 166.
100. Peter require
Well,
126.
when we talk about board management, it doesn't need to go down to 19s here. So 117 points left, so firmly in control.
$76.
So Wachiuri coming back for 50 to
60.
level this game
Peter
up at one
require
apiece,
50.
and he's got a plethora of time to do so. 10 for tops. Now double 10.
36.
I decided to split to leave double 7, which is next order's favourite double 19.
Well, we've been talking about the fact they've double 14. I think it's only apt as well that we go from double 14 down to double 7. This can be the peril
You require 14.
of such a double, but like you say, it's next to your favourite double. It's next to that double 16. A favourite double, got to be aggressive. Doesn't need to move again. A wonderful
on the
camera
second
angle
leg.
just to
Peter
see
Wachiuri.
that he used that first dart, the weight of it almost just to lob over that first dart.
Delegates Martin to throw first.
Here's a question for you, Henry. You might not be able to answer it straight away. If you had a group of, that word you used earlier, trailblazers, inspirational players who've been on
42.
that stage. I'm going to go with of course, I can think of the standard answers, but one name I'm going to give you, which may surprise, Raymond Smith. When he came over from Australia as Wachiuri, still pinging
121.
those treble 20s in. We're over to you to pick a trailblazer group here.
Well, give me a leg, Glenn. I'm just doing some jotting.
100.
Well, I've only got 2 legs, so... Oh, I'll give you... Gotcha. These one-liners from me. Honestly, Motor Super Series are definitely going to invite me back.
$62.
He's done that a couple of times with that last start. In his previous game, he went treble 1-1, persevered.
78.
I mean, it's very feasible that Martin Thomas could play 3 games and lose all 3. Go in the full 7 legs. The narrative was simple in this game. It's a must-win match for Martin Thomas. And for Peter Wachiuri, could be a potential 3 wins out of 3. So it gets to the stage where every game feels bigger and bigger.
Right, would you like my 6?
Oh, I forgot you were here.
Tell you what, we'll do it the next leg.
180.
Martin Thomas finding that range. A pair of 180s apiece in this game.
36. Martin, you've got 101.
Double 19 would have given Martin a dart to double 12, but he's got time,
49.
he's got space, and he is going to come back for 52. But what pressure is Wachiuri going to put it under?
87. Martin, you've got 52.
A little bit. 12 for tops. Double 10 to put Thomas in front.
42. Peter, you require 130.
He's missing a lot of darts of double today. And I don't think I need you to be told that. I don't think Martin Thomas needs to be told that.
$47. Martin, you require 10.
Going straight for it. He's been here before.
No
You can see
score.
once again how
Easy require,
difficult that
88.
last start was for him. Wachiuri, with an opportunity he did not expect. He'll go through his methodical walk to the hockey, almost pensive as he looks at that treble 20. Just creeps in. Is it going to be 18 bull? Or is he back to double 7? Once again, he'll take his time just working it out. You don't want to go for the wrong double in this situation. There's getting the breathing right.
$74. Martin,
But
you
not
require
the find he
10.
wanted. So Martin Thomas gets another bite. Gets another crack. He's got 1 left. They say 2s never lose.
6.
But a failure to hit that
Easy
could mean that
require,
he's defeated in this leg. And Wachiuri, remember, if he can find this double 7, will get a break of throw.
Game shot
No
with third leg.
mistake.
Peter Wachiuri.
2-1 Wachiuri.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Bit of a slow burner, this one. Leg 3 completed, and we're into our 10th minute.
Yes, we said with Carl Coleman, you could see he was playing a lot quicker when he was playing Kevin Burness, but he just sort of almost got suckered into the fact that Peter will dictate the pace.
81.
It's not necessarily that a slow dart player, but his approach is very methodical. It's very manufactured, you feel.
100.
And it's about him getting the best out of it. He looks down at the hockey. Well, when he gets on the hockey, it's more measured, accurate. Playing some really good stuff.
Now, would you like to know my group of trailblazers?
Yes, please.
So, for different reasons, Fallon Sherrick, I think, was
45.
always going to be the first name on the list. Devon Peterson, for what he's done for the continent of Africa. Larry Butler, which may seem like a little bit of an out there one, but think about what he did. Won the World Match Play in 1994, and at a time when people
100.
thought that the players from America and Canada were just coming in to fill up places, Larry Butler demonstrated, oh no, we are here to compete. Bogeries, for obvious reasons.
140.
Simon Whitlock, for obvious reasons. And you couldn't have a group of trailblazers without having Paul Lim in there. Any excuse to have Paul Lim.
85.
Six greats of the game.
135.
Great darts from Martin Thomas. Like I said, he's getting down to the finishing. But 7 from 39 today is not the stat he wanted to hear. He had the opportunity, the 135 in the previous leg. This time he hits the 25. So treble 20. That would have left the bullseye. And it'd be very
99.
typical of this game that we love so much that Martin Thomas will get one dart. That dart may be the bullseye himself. Wow. Is it the
41.
fact he's not match sharp?
36.
There has to be something. Or is it just simply a bad day at the office?
Well, it's certainly not been a great one so far for Martin Thomas. And so with Wachiuri looking at double 18 to open up a 3-1 lead. One left. And that is blocked, as you can see, from the overhead camera angle.
Game
Oh,
show
what
the
a
full
dart.
bag.
He
Peter
saw
Wachiuri.
next to nothing of that bed, but he managed just to claw one in towards the
flag
bottom
gets Martin to
corner.
throw first.
Respected and reciprocated by his opponent, Martin Thomas. He's 3-1 out. He puffs his cheeks.
100.
And now a leg away for picking up the win.
I mean, it was just a great angle of how difficult that dart was, and just a classy touch there from Martin Thomas. What a story this would be, Henry.
60.
I think social media is about to combust if Peter Wachiuri can qualify through.
Well, his next game's against Donny
56.
Sherwater, who has not looked at the races today. He's had a win, but Peter will go into that one a big favourite.
Well, if Peter can pick up this one and win the next one against Donny, the match against Noah Lynn at the end of the session would effectively be a free hit.
I'll make a statement now. If Peter Wachiuri gets through Saturday night,
100.
I'm coming.
Right, come on, Kev. Come on, Noah Lynn. Come on, Carl. Come on, Donny. Come on, Martin.
100.
Anyway, that breaks the rules of impartiality.
Just adding to my email to HR as well, so it's all good.
76.
Is there anything more you need? Just let me know, Glenn.
$60.
Thought he might have gone down to the 19s there. Peter Wachiuri on 265s. I was about to say should go down to the 19s, but that could be a happy accident, that first start. Because a big 20 there would have left the big fish, and you promised us the big fish.
He will hit the big fish.
145.
Thomas nearly hit the big fish to set up, but he's glad he hit the 25 to leave himself on tops.
$81. Martin, you've acquired 40.
Peter Wachiuri Was 3-1 down in his previous game. Come back to win that game. Just sense Martin Thomas. I was about to say, will it be a comeback from Thomas this time? But can he win 3 legs on the spin by hitting doubles? Because that's been his Achilles heel. A free hit here for Wachiuri. Needs a treble. Has options on 88. Treble 16 is the desired target and hits sweet as a nut. Match start incoming.
69.
Nervy.
Martin, you're required 10.
Martin Thomas has missed 11 darts at a double in this match. 1 left, otherwise this game could be over.
5.
And Thomas could be toast. If Wachiuri takes this,
39.
it is a long way back.
You have to feel for Martin Thomas right now. But Peter Wachiuri played 2, 1-2. And this double 18 is for a hat-trick of wins.
21. Martin,
The drama continues. Who wants it?
Game show.
Thomas gets it.
Martin Thomas.
Back we go to 3-2, but Wachiuri does have the insurance policy of the darts in his hand.
6th flag, it's Peter to throw first.
It was interesting in the previous leg. Martin Thomas sipped the last of his water. He thought it was all over. As for Peter Wachiuri, quite literally, he's glass half full.
Well, he took his time, almost an age to get to the hockey. But he pings that first dart into the treble.
66.
However,
that throw lasted between the end of the last leg and the beginning of this leg just under 40 seconds.
The only problem with that is maybe you start thinking of the winning line too much. But he's back in the treble.
81.
And the Bob Anderson finger point is there. He's got control. Can Martin just use that dart? Yes, he can. He eases it into the treble 20.
100.
He starts with a couple of tons. We've seen a few comebacks today, haven't we?
Indeed we have. It's been a long, protracted session
82.
here at the Live Lounge in Port. A plethora of 4-2s, a plethora of 4-3s. We thought it was going to be a tightly contested group before a dart was thrown.
100.
It's turned out to be the case.
Have you seen your winner come Saturday night from this group, Henry?
Do you want me to be 100% bluntly honest with you?
You can tell lies if you want.
96.
Not yet.
161.
I think we've seen moments from players, but I think we're yet to see consistency.
You really like Group B tonight, so
I think the winner of the week comes in that
45.
group.
Stick with us. Peter Wachiuri would be a wonderful addition to Saturday night, and that dart is going to give himself opportunities, he would hope.
85.
But
Martin,
again,
you
just
require
that
160.
lateral drift into the 5. He put himself in a good position. Would have put incredible importance on this 116. Nothing Thomas can do about it now. Wachiuri, a much
42.
more difficult
Is
finish than
91.
anticipated.
Well, this is for the match, and if he doesn't take this, Thomas has got an opportunity to take us all the way, and the Welshman would have the darts in the decider. Double top, double 17. Well, that's some way to win it.
Peter Wachiuri.
And there's an irony about that, because it was that double 17 that cost him a spot in the World Championship famously. But that's some way to get the job done. And he loves it. He absolutely loves it, does Peter Wachiuri. And we love him. Have you ever seen the like of that? We're off for a break. Leuven van Leuven and Kevin Burness is coming up next, and that's got some following. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Leuven.
night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Motor Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin And one more time, the 8th Motor Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Motors Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Motor Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series, and what a potential story we have, because Peter Wachiuri from Kenya is 3 wins out of 3, and that double 17 was absolutely unbelievable moment for him. And what a potential story. Peter Wachiuri, 3 wins out of 3 on the back of that beautiful finish. Tops for double 17. A double 17, that means so much to him as a player. What a magic story if he can qualify. Kevin Burness sat beautifully in second place. The day didn't start perfect for him, but he's beginning to find his scoring boot in his range right now. So all to play for right now. But the story is all about the Kenyan Peter Wachiuri. But a big, big game for qualification. We've talked about Kevin Burness. That opening defeat was then backed up with 2 cracking wins, and very similar with Nolan van Leuven. She started the day with the defeat to Carl Coleman, but has kicked in since then. And Henry, I think this one is the biggest game of the day so far, but what a potential story we've got with Wachiuri.
Well, it's certainly got legs on social media, hasn't it?
First. Game on.
Just having a scroll through my Twitter feed, and some of the numbers on the Wachiuri stuff is absolutely staggering. And we are talking thousands upon thousands, into the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, we're not being greedy, but him being here Saturday night would be another special moment in this fantastic place to play darts. The crowds have been brilliant. Seeing darts like that.
However, let's take a chill pill and focus on this match, as Van Leuven looks to join. The winner will join Wachiuri on 6 points. And the winner will actually leapfrog Wachiuri to the top of the table because of legs difference / legs won.
Yeah, I think the winner of this game will really fancy their chances to see out the day and go to 8 points. Kevin Burness would have to beat Martin Thomas in his last game. potential cracker, Nolan van
125.
Leuven against Peter Wachiuri. Peter Wachiuri is up very quickly next against bottom of the table, Donny Shearwater. But a fascinating day.
57.
Like I say, at times it's been a little bit methodical, but it's full of drama.
135. No, Lindy McConnell.
So to get all the fun of the fair, Noelin coming back for 1-2-4. Maybe the only chance she gets to win the first leg, and she's not going to give herself a secondary opportunity at the bullseye. So Burness, 81, to take the opening leg and to get a break of throw and to get himself on the board very quickly. In fact, both players lost their opening games 4-3 and are looking to make it 3 wins on the spin.
55.
Burness unable to get the double 13.
96.
It might be unlucky for him. Depends what Noelin can make of the 96. Went double-double, unable to get.
56.
So Burness back. Double 13 for the break and a 1-0 lead. Can he just nudge it off the barrel? That was his intention with dart 2.
Game
But
shown
then
the
gets
first
it
leg.
perfectly right with
Kevin
dart 3.
Burness.
And Burness opens up a 1-0 lead with a
Second
break
leg,
of
it's
throw
Kevin to
against
throw
Noelin
first.
van Leuven.
Game on.
Yeah, his rhythm's really good, isn't it? The scoring
180.
today has been very acceptable for Kevin Burness. I asked Henry the question in the last one, is anyone demonstrating the qualities to win on a Saturday night?
134.
Well, I think at times Kevin Burness has looked $1 million. At times he can look to improve.
81.
And again, a score of 180-81, he'll take that every day of the week.
$82.
Both players are regular on the challenge tour, but never faced each other.
125.
We were intrigued to find out the form of Kevin Burness. Statistics look good. His form looked good. But you just never know if you can
95.
transfer that
Giving
onto
him a
that
corner,
stage.
115.
And the truth is, you never know until you're physically on the stage. But he's in fine fettle here.
75.
Leads himself tops after 12, averaging 96. Noelin hasn't had a dart of the double yet in this contest.
140. Giving him a 40.
Such a play's been good. 12 darts thrown.
Game's on the
13
second
darts.
leg.
Burness
Kevin
leads. 2
Burness.
legs to 0.
Looks in the groove, doesn't he, Glenn?
Third leg is Noelin to throw first.
Yeah, like I say, he was first
Game
in the venue. Loves his cups of tea.
How was your cup of coffee this morning, Glenn?
Very nice. If it worked for me, I'd drink tea if I could play darts like Kevin Burness is.
100.
Now, what is he brewing up to, Kevin Burness?
140.
Because this is just the first day's play after a little bit of time out of this building. What could he potentially grow into as a prospect and a proposition for the rest of the week?
60.
I think these players, when the groups come out, yes, Group B is stacked tonight. But I think when Kevin Burness looked at the week, he thought there's an opportunity there.
60.
An opportunity for many of the players. For me, Wachiuri was the standout name for different reasons.
85.
And this has kind of been the streamline. 103.66 against Donny Shearwater. 91.37 against Carl Coleman. He's been playing around, well, pretty much that level. Mid-90s kind of give or take.
60.
If you put things as a cumulative over the last couple of games. As to Noelin, she's probably played towards her level, if the truth be told. But those differences in this
39.
contest have been magnified.
$83.
Once again, the setup play is going to be good. Van Leuven would have fancied this 1-1-3.
No, any record,
The pressure's being put on by Burness, who's looking to take full control. Treble 20 needed. Doesn't get Kevin Burness in rapid time.
Kevin record,
Could be one leg away.
Double quick time, particularly in comparison to the rest of the day so far. Double 10.
Game show.
Well, Kevin Burness is beginning to really make moves here, isn't he? He lost his first match. He demolished Donny Shearwater 4-0. He then beat Coleman in the end comprehensively 4-2. And now has the double break and has the darts to beat Leuven Van Leuven by a 4-leg scoreline.
Yeah, we talked about Peter Wachiuri taking 40 seconds in between hitting a double and then throwing his first dart the next leg. After 3 legs of darts, Kevin Burness is leading 3-0 and only 6 minutes played. Rapid.
Well, that first dart was, as you can see from the facial expressions of Leuven Van Leuven, probably as bad a first dart as possible for her. Because her darts stand up to attention, anything that just dips underneath the treble 20 bed, it's just difficult for her to manoeuvre. But she's done well there with dart 2 on that occasion.
100.
Yeah, lots of head shaking. I think Kevin Burness is just one of his strengths. He just is running his own race.
100.
Right, now you have to say to him, record time. He's peppered that 100 average right through this game. As Henry mentioned, we read out his average for the game. He's in fine fettle right now, and nothing Van Leuven can do about it. This will be a big win for Burness.
But he's playing to this very good level, but he's making it look very business-like. It doesn't look showy at all. It just looks efficient when the truth be told, it is excellent.
He made a big move against Carl Coleman with a 79 finish. It was a single 19, single 20 from tops, and he's been immaculate since then. Will it come back? This time he's at the treble for double 11. That is magnificent. It's brilliance from Burness. A big 4-0 victory. Burness is making his move. He fancies his chances for qualification in this Group C, and the fist pumps tells you everything. Great numbers from Burness. He was round about that 100 average throughout. 4-0 win, 95 average. Thank you very much. Peter Wachiuri has been the player of the day so far, and he has an opportunity to go 4 wins out of 4 because he's up next against Donny Shearwater.
Hi there! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, the 24/7 streaming channel. If you haven't done so already, download the Pluto TV app to your smart TV and smart device. It's free to download, it's free to watch. You can add the Modus Super Series as your favourite channel once you're there. And on top of the 35 hours of live action that we bring you every week, there's plenty of bonus content. We'll be delving through the archives, we'll be having a look back at classic matches, we'll be speaking to some of the top stars of the sport. The Pluto TV app, which is available via your smartphone, your smart device, via your applicable app store. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never. Game number 11 of our session sees Peter Wachiuri and Donny Shearwater go head-to-head. Wachiuri with a win here would move himself on to 8 points. He would have the opportunity to complete the card for day one if he was to win this match against Donny Shearwater, who won his opening game of the session by 4 legs to 3 against Martin Thomas, but has had no joy since then.
Game on.
A loving embrace before the start. Now, what are we going to see next from Peter Wachiuri? Because so far today, we've seen a 140 on tops. We saw a game 1 on double 20, double 17. And then we've also seen him early on this week win a match of a 48 checkout by going double 12, double 12. What possibly could he do next?
Well, keep it simple like he did on Tuesday against Donny, because he won that game 4-0 and averaged 93.94 in that game. What he'd give for that right now, but 4 wins out of 4 if he can win this game. Now it's just about keeping the concentration levels, because I'm sure the excitement and the real possibility. And I mean, I don't know how much he knows of the format of the Modus Super Series, but it's got to come to a point where he's thinking, I'm going to qualify. And how does he react to that?
Well, Peter Wachiuri was doing the news rounds in Kenya before he turned up here on Monday morning. He was appearing on various different formats. Sports TV, morning TV.
134.
He was all over the press. And I just wonder how it has been received back home. His experience here. And he probably won't know how well it's been received until he heads back to Kenya from the end of his experience here. All I know is me and you could well be on the Kenyan 6 o'clock news.
80.
Well, you did get a bit excited when that double 17 went in, so maybe you will.
It's not like me to get excited, Clem.
47.
It was a tight affair on Monday when they played each other. Donny winning that game in a match that went the distance. It wasn't a classic yesterday, but a classic result for Wachiuri. He won that game 4-2. You just sense that Donny is really struggling right now. Will Wachiuri take the opportunity when the man's feeling down?
98.
I've got a question for you in the next leg, Glenn, but let's see what Donny can make of this 146. Which isn't going to go, so Wachiuri will come back for double 6 to take the opening leg of this contest.
PD required 12.
Centre of the board. You don't want to hit the big 6. You don't want to go down to double 3. That is absolutely beautiful. Every question he's been asked so far, the Kenyan has the answers. We saw the utmost respect between the pair of them. The embrace before a dart was thrown. We've talked about the fact that friendships are built here at the Modus Super Series, but the story's becoming more real as we go along.
97.
We're seeing the magnificent story here of Peter Wachiuri. We saw Devon Peterson win the ADC Global Championship at the end of last year. Is it time for Africa to be represented on the World Series circuit?
96.
Is it time for an event somewhere?
I'm sure Devon will be doing everything he can to get in his beloved South Africa. You know, I'm not privy to all that, but we've been waiting for a North American player to come through, a Scandinavian player to come through. We're seeing the success of Mikuru Suzuki. We're waiting for that Asian player to come through. If a real top African maybe kick on what Devon started.
26.
But there again, Devon still has the belief. He's got those levels. I thought he was brilliant in the global events as well. It looks like he's got his game back. He'll have been disappointed not get through Q skill.
100.
Just as well as the actual playing side, you could see the reception that tournament got. The crowd is
34.
different to what we've seen before. It was fun. It was vibrant. It was representative of what we see from Africa on a sporting stage. We see African nations at FIFA World
78.
Cups every 4 years, and the way the supporters almost create the buzz for the tournament there. You just get the sense that maybe in time darts will have that real presence from that continent, which
81.
has in excess of 1.6
126.
billion people.
But there's two players playing in this match. And Donny Shearwater has responded well in this second leg. We did fear about his
56.
mental aspect going into this game. It's been a tough old week for him. A little bit erratic in Group A. Started the week so well. But it's not how you start, Peter. It's how you finish. Add that to the collection.
180.
Wonderful stuff.
70.
So, to level us up at what a beat. It's going to have to be 16 pull here. The treble's a bonus. Leaves himself double 9. Just double checks what's left. So Owen Binks will tell him it's double 9. Well, he won't tell him it's double 9. He'll tell him there's 18 left.
52. PT require 84.
Great, that's going on a TikTok video. Right, 84 for Wachiuri to double his lead.
We said we've seen everything for him. Is it going to be a bullseye? 64 points left. Sensible play for the bull.
37.
The line was okay,
Only
but the
require
length was
18.
too low. Shearwater splits. Double. 4.
Game
Here it goes, 1-1.
Donny Shearwater.
Yes, well, I think we've both got a little bit lost with that one, of course. Using that advantage of splitting the double 9.
Throw first. Game on.
And fair play to Donny. I'm just thinking for the other players as well. Maybe the neutral are wanting Wachiuri to get through this game. But for the other players,
60.
a win here by Donny Shearwater, who's playing that role now of a spoiler.
$85. $100.
Incredible to think when we talk about the pace of games and the rhythm of players. At this exact stage
96.
now, Kevin Burness was walking off with a 4-0 victory over Nolan van Leuven. One of the challenges when you play Peter Wachiuri, as we've talked about, is the fact that he will dictate the pace. Certainly works for him, though.
81.
Just feels like the sting's been taken out of this game.
46.
And I'm not sure who that will suit the most.
Well, I think Peter will just get up and get on with it regardless of how a game equates circumstantially.
58.
I just think he just takes everything as it comes.
$97.
That's a beautiful dart. Again, just
100.
using that guide. Donny is very much in this match. If he's going to win this game, he has to break the throw of Wachiuri. But you sense not
44.
with darts like
Which is
that,
the
a
point
missed
102.
opportunity.
102 to make it 2-1. Six of double 18. He loves double 18. He gets
Going
double
short
18,
the third
and that's
leg.
another ton-plus
Peter
checkout for
Wachiuri.
Peter Wachiuri. It's his second of the day. Not quite as mesmeric
Look
as
at
the
Donny to throw
140
first.
hit earlier, but it could be just as important. We saw this a little bit in his game against Barry Copeland yesterday. Donny Sure, not exactly set straight away at the hockey and just pulling back and readjusting a little bit.
Yeah, it was something on the very first leg we saw him playing. You asked me the fact that everything has to work. Well, I just got the sense that his alignment, his body shape is his biggest issue.
96.
I'm sure he's tried various things.
$58.
Perfect. Not another one.
140.
Well, you get the sense that Peter is the better player, and so he should be the one that will be able just to claw something out of his performance. And to his credit,
53.
since a little bit of a slumber midway through leg 3, he's begun to hit Donny a bit harder. Average of in excess of 83 at this present moment in time. The doubling good 2 from 3.
58.
Yeah, he needs to have a little think about that 265. He is persevering, starting on the 20s. Even if he'd have hit the treble there, would have left a bogey number.
46.
Well, that's the stage that we're at with Peter. We're talking about his board management. We're talking about other areas that's going to improve his game. But his accuracy, his precision, his body language,
137.
all A+.
He now has a break opportunity here, does Wachiuri, to stretch a 3-1 lead. It would then mean he has the darts in the next to get the job done. And you just get the feeling he's going to get a few bites at this. But he'd like to get this done cleanly. Double top.
50.
He's had a few darts, hasn't he? Doubles and the balls, though, which had just got a bit low.
Yeah, maybe you called that one right, Henry. I was thinking he's going to punish another finish there. He'd expect to be back. But it was a couple of trebles from Donny in the previous 3 darts. Put himself in a good position. But again, he was jittery on the hockey. He was standing forward and back. Something that he'll have to master
79.
if he wants to be back in the Motor Super Series and living up with these players. But this for a 3-1 lead, double 10.
Up for 5s. Doesn't go, and so Donny will come back.
Donny
looking at 71 to level up at 2-2.
That's not too bad. 59 points left, so a big 19. Everything that could go wrong for Donny is going wrong. It's not over and done with this one because double 5, we know the trials and tribulations of this one. Same process. Will it be the same outcome?
Double 5. Again, it's low. 2s.
6.
It's like that song, isn't it? Low, low,
Donny
low,
require
low,
32.
low, 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 low. Shoulder for 2-2.
I was going to say that's awkward, but he doesn't move.
No
As a
score.
player who loved double 16, I'm amazed he didn't
Peter, you
open that
require
bed
4.
up just a little bit there. He tried to crash into that first dart. Wachiuri's having opportunities. Nobody seems to want to beat him today. This to put himself in a fantastic position. There's the marker.
2. Donny, you require
10 darts
32.
missed. And a double for Peter Wachiuri, and so Shearwater gets another gilt-edged chance to level up at 2-2. And this time there is no mistake on the double 16, and we are level. It is Wachiuri 2, Shearwater
It's Peter
2.
to throw first.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Game on.
That first up, and it sits there. It's perfect for Peter.
100.
Probably not to follow up with more there. However, it's that time of the week, Glenn, where I've been doing this with our
39.
other co-commentators, where at this stage of a Thursday afternoon, we tread the path as to what might happen in the Premier League tonight.
I think that top section of the draw is very, very tough. Michael van
100.
Gerwen, I think, has been outstanding in his opening games, hasn't backed it up in the semis. And if Michael van Gerwen wins against Rob Cross tonight, he then plays Gerwin, Price or Luke Humphreys. So it could be another story of he wins his opening game but misses
70.
out in the semi. I like the bottom section of the draw, and I'm going to be, I think Bunting beats Luke Littler tonight.
Well, last week, Paul Nicholson correctly called Gerwin Price to win the night. So I'm going to ask
40.
for your predictions in our Pundits Prediction League. You don't have to do a score, just who wins the game. Van Gerwen against Cross.
MVG.
And then Price against Humphreys.
Humphreys.
92.
Dobie against Aspinall.
Dobie.
I knew you were going to say that. And then game 4, you reckon Bunting beats Littler.
Yes.
So, semi-final, MVG against Humphreys.
Humphreys.
60.
And then the other semi, Dobie v Bunty.
Dobie.
So, Humphreys v Dobie, final, who wins?
Dobie.
So you've gone for Chris Dobie to win the night in Exeter.
100.
See how that compares to the Prediction League of our other pundits.
Well, it could be tight, just like this game, as there's nothing at all to separate these two right now. You feel it's a much bigger game for Wachiuri.
58.
Just a reminder,
Donny
victory here
160.
would give him 4 wins out of 4, but Donny Shearwater won his opening game of the day. Could be in a fantastic position for him to have won 2 out of his 4 games without playing anywhere near his best.
55.
Gives him a platform for
143.
tomorrow. So crucial moments in this match.
Well, Wachiuri must feel like he is letting this game pass him by. He missed a multitude of opportunities for this 1-4-3 have been for the match. But now,
91.
Donny
Donny
Shearwater
105.
looks at 105 to lead this game and himself have the darts to win the game.
Yeah, this is big. But he needs the treble 18. Doesn't get it. Wachiuri really did fluff his
73.
lines in the previous leg on the double.
52.
He does prefer the 12 tops route, but double 18's been good to him. So 47 points left. And this is where you get to the stages. Is he taking too long? Takes his time, hits the big note. It's only the 1 dart. This has felt like a long, long time. Maybe
Donny
just too long,
require
because what you're doing then, you're putting
32.
too many thoughts into your mind.
Well, double 16 for Donny. He must be thinking, how is he in this situation?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
How is he
Donny
leading?
Shearwater.
I know he's on 3 legs, but Peter Wachiuri has completely outplayed
It's
him.
Donny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, maybe that's the answer.
But what I do want to do is, all jokes aside, that was all in jest.
100.
What I want to give Donny credit for, and I think it says a lot about his I really like his character. I think he's a really likeable young man. Is, despite the fact he's been hit and punched at times this week,
134.
he just gets up off the counts. How many players have we seen in a position like Donny's been in, and they just sulk? And you just tell that, okay, they've been hit by too many punches and they almost want to not throw the towel in, but
100.
if they could start again, they'd want to start again. I think what you've got to give credit to Donny for here is the fact that he's had a lot of things transpire against him, but he is still able to come back off the canvas and still keep his head straight and still
85.
keep with a very positive mental attitude. And I think that's one of the most impressive things about this impressive young man.
And he's got Carl Coleman last. And he's sat in 4th place with victory here as well by overtaking Carl Coleman.
60.
So lots of positive things. We did write off Donny, to be fair. We sort of labelled this game as a big opportunity for the Kenyan to go 4 wins out of 4. So many games have gone 4-3 today. But Wachiuri, who has played Donny 3 times this week and leads that head-to-head 2-1. But these are real good moments for the Dutchman.
There is a possibility we could have a uniform table at the end of this round. Donny wins this. Thomas beats Coleman. We'd have 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, 2 players on 2. In the last round, we'd see Peter Wachiuri take on Leuven van Leuven. Martin Thomas up against Kevin Burness. And Donny Shearwater up against Carl Coleman to round off the show.
Yeah, I think the happiest player right now could be Kevin Burness. But is there going to be a twist against Martin Thomas, who you just sense he's beginning to play better? Big couple of games coming up for Martin Thomas.
He might get in the day on 4 points. He's got a lot of work to do. Do not get that wrong. But he wouldn't be out of it.
Yeah, those couple of 4-3s at the beginning of the day.
58. Donny require 142.
So, for the match, and we haven't said that too many times this week for Donny, he's have a little chatter to himself. I see so many players going that treble 17 route now. But his set-up play is excellent.
Did you require 140?
Look what he's left. Over to you, Henry.
Not again. Okay, maybe not again. What he'd give for treble right now, but I think those first 2 darts may just obscure the target a little bit. You can see because of where that dart went in. It's an excellent dart, but he had to pitch it towards the corner. But this is for the match. And for a 4-2 win, which would put him onto 4 points, it would ensure that Peter Wachiuri has his first defeat of the day inflicted upon him. Donny Shearwater wins. He beats Peter Wachiuri by 4 legs to 2. A lovely embrace between the pair. Well, Peter Wachiuri gave him a bracelet the other day, but it is a big win for Donny Shearwater. A bracelet wins for his day. Coming up after the break, it is Carl Coleman up against Martin Thomas.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Burness
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series, live on Pluto TV. And the unbeaten streak is over. Peter Wachiuri, the story, the narrative of 3 wins out of 3, but he fell short against his good friend, Donny Shearwater. 4 times they've met each other, and it's Donny
First leg,
who
it's
got over the
Cole to
winning
throw
line in this one.
first. Game on.
So what that has done is just brought the whole group just a little bit back together. I guess the big winner in that one was Kevin Burness, who we'll see quite soon. This is the penultimate game for both of these players. For Carl
59.
Coleman, it started so well against Nolan van Leuven. And in game 2 was leading 3-1 against Peter Wachiuri when pretty much all went wrong after that. He did put up a
43.
spirited match against the very impressive Kevin Burness. So a real big 45 minutes coming up for Carl Coleman. And for Martin Thomas, as we mentioned, the fact that he went into this as a red-hot favourite to win the group, but a couple of 4-3 defeats backed up by a defeat to Peter
60.
Wachiuri. It couldn't have gone any worse for Martin, but as Henry Deacon rightly mentioned in the preview, if he can get away today with 4 points,
46.
he is the type of player that could go through the card tomorrow, but no more mistakes. And Martin Thomas is the simple requirement now, Henry.
43.
Well, he's got to be perfect from this point onwards, hasn't he? Can't keep himself quiet at the bottom of the table. Has to begin to make a bit of noise.
41.
I'm sure it will improve this game. Both
60.
players making a tentative start to this contest.
Yeah, a little shake of the head from the pair of them. Again, I think the pace will suit both players.
100.
That elegant throw of Carl's against the more quirky throw of Martin Thomas. Even the angle those darts are going in, he is all about
85. Carly requires
just being an
157.
individual. What's Coleman? That first down to a finish. Can't finish, so plan B was a setup play.
93.
Beautiful last dart.
So Coleman leads 64.
$60. Carly requires 64.
So to take the opening leg. 2 darts in his hand, a double 8.
Game
And
shot
it goes.
Thursday.
Coleman leads
Cole
by a leg to 0.
Yeah, nice little touch there from Martin Thomas.
Second
He
is
is
Martin
the
to throw
ultimate
first.
gentleman. A little thank you there from Carl. For Carl Coleman,
40.
he will end up the day as the final match against Donny Shearwater. Not only that, Henry, but the fact that the matches are reversed tomorrow, so that'll be the opening game tomorrow.
100.
So I think Carl will be thinking of victory against Martin Thomas because he's a player who's not won a game today and should be fancying his chances against Donny.
180.
Well, you get to the point now where because Martin's the player on 0 points, he's the one you have to target. If you don't get points against him, he's the player where you drop the points against.
59.
But he's still the player who was favourite for this competition. I say a couple of 4-3 defeats. As we've mentioned a couple of times today, the fact that he's not as playing as regular as a lot of the players here. But he can turn it on at any time. He always gets the Saturday night.
Shark Tank mentality needed for the rest of the field.
39.
And Martin Thomas needs to get his teeth stuck in.
$45. $38. Martin, you've got 136.
Well, Carl Coleman's had the 136 already today. I think after that first dart, Martin Thomas will have fancied it.
96.
Well, that will do. He'll be back. No drama.
Returning for tops to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
83. Martin, you require 40.
Tops are 1-1.
Game shot the
And
second
it goes,
leg.
no mistake.
Martin Thomas.
It is a level contest here in game 12 of the session.
Third
Three
leg,
more
it's
to
Cole
go
to
after
throw
this
first.
one.
Game on.
One more full round to be completed. This the final game from...
$59.
Yeah, I was about to say, and I did want to give the commentators curse that Carl's looked better today on throw. And typically, starts a treble-less visit.
60.
Unlucky there from Thomas, though. Peppering that treble 20 bed. But just the score of 16 will be punished.
100.
One thing you learn about commentators' curse is, even if you don't say it and you think it, it comes true.
125.
What's your worst commentator's curse you've done so far, Glenn?
That's a good question. Yeah, I'm sure I've done many
81.
faux pas, but it hasn't come to me. But there's times you've just went, oh, I know what it is. Yeah, I know what it is. I'll tell you afterwards.
60.
I got away with a bad one working on football. Now, you should never ever say the words. You should never ever assume an
57.
outcome's going to happen. But somebody scored a winning goal in the 94th minute of a game, and I said, that's the goal that's won it. From the kickoff, the opposition team goes up the other end of the field and then has one cleared off the line.
100.
I didn't realise you commentated on football. You never mentioned it.
Got to do something with my spare time, ain't I?
44. Martin, you require 156.
Well, the spare time has been good for Martin Thomas here right now. He's got plenty of time. However, his setup play has been really
40.
good, but that's a mess.
Carl, you require
That
106.
brings Carl Coleman back into this leg. We've seen some beautiful finishes today.
$60. Martin, you require 116.
116. Single 19 leaves tops. Tops for Thomas.
96. Carl, you require 100.
Has to go. Decisions.
Don't think the treble 5 was in the planning.
60. Martin, you require
Comes over the
20.
last. But Thomas for 2-1 and for the break. Up for fives.
16.
You
Carl,
can see
require
why he's so angry,
40.
Henry, because we've got the stats in front of us. He's putting himself into winning positions. But his Achilles heel has been his doubles. Will it be punished one more time? Yes, it
Game
will.
shot on the third
Coleman
leg.
leads 2 legs to
Carl
1.
Coleman.
Well, it's as simple as this. 3 from 21. 3 from 9.
Fourth leg, it's
2
Martin
from
to throw
16
first.
across his
Game.
first 3 games. And he's 1 from 4 in this match.
Whereas his opponent, his strength has been his doubles. Carl Coleman will want to work on that
94.
power scoring element. But at least he knows when he's getting down to a finish, he'll feel confident that the doubles are going to go. But isn't that just darts? Now, I know you're not a lazy journalist. I know you'll have
34.
done your homework. But what job does Carl Coleman do?
Well, he's got it emblazoned, doesn't he, on the back of his shirt
85.
from Teesside. Works in the steelworks, doesn't he?
45.
Yeah, good answer. It's not right, but it's a good answer. He owns, I mean, it doesn't sound much, does it, a window cleaner, but he owns a very, very good
55.
business. Yeah, cleaner windows.
He is a window cleaner.
No, he's a director of a limited company. He will argue.
60.
Have you ever had a job?
What is this? Bully Henry Day?
Come on, Henry. How many times have I sat in this position and you've hammered me?
77.
Once again, a match going with throw very much. Opportunities for Martin Thomas in the previous leg. And how many times have we said today, Carl is definitely throwing his better darts
100.
on throw. But a chance for Martin Thomas, and normally we just see out legs.
100.
Beautiful last dart. May see Carl use the 18s if he doesn't hit the treble. 18 should be the shot.
41. Martin, you require 90.
So Tomo looking at 90 for 2-2, and he's got plenty of time to do exactly that.
50.
Will leave himself on tops upon his return, but this has been the nagging Achilles heel.
100. Martin, you require 40.
Tops for Thomas.
Game shot the fourth
2-2.
leg.
That
Martin
time,
Thomas.
no mistake.
Fifth leg,
Does
it's
not give
Cole to
Coleman a
throw
sniff of
first.
an opportunity.
Game. 135. $134.
Great start to this very important leg from both players.
$99.
Looked an ideal marker, that second one. Just taking that 8 off.
140.
Good stuff from Thomas. It's almost like, why are you doing it against me feeling?
Well, it's almost got to a point now where Martin's kind of saying to himself, I have had enough
60.
of this. And now he's just looking to hammer home and hammer Coleman.
Well, he's that steely determination behind him. He was gritting his teeth. He's fully focused here, Martin Thomas.
140.
He knows this is the last chance saloon. He has to win his final 2 games today to give himself any opportunity.
I just wonder whether he enjoyed himself a little
60.
bit too much earlier on. He does love being here. He always has a beaming smile on his face. Maybe it's just taken him a little while to get to that real serious side. Double 12 for 3-2.
Game
Now
shot
that,
the fifth leg.
that is more like it for Martin C. Thomas. 12 darter,
Sixth leg,
clean
it's
kill.
Martin to throw first.
He's got the break.
Game
He's
on.
got the darts to win the match.
And for the first time, just looking at the in-play table, he's come off the bottom as well. So that'll be another added fillip. This is the dart he can do. And this was the reason why he was very fancy to get through.
Hey, if he wins this game and wins the next one, he's on 4 points. The way the
28.
table looks, he's not out the picture whatsoever.
The problem he's got, and it's a big problem, is that his final game of the day is, for me, against the most impressive player, Kevin Burness.
140.
Talking over a potential 9 there for a second.
Now, Martin Thomas has had a 9-darter hit against him in this building. It was by Leonard Gates, who we're going to see in action later on tonight.
100.
That week, Martin gave us perhaps the most infamous and the funniest interview we ever had at the Super Series, where he just walked off in the middle of it. I said,
135.
Martin, thank you for your time, and he just walked off while the cameras are still rolling. He then made the excuse that he needed the toilet.
85. Martin, you require 46.
Well, he's been magic in this game. We talked about his missed darts at a double, but he's dragged his average right up, and this is for the match.
26.
Been a funny old day for Carl Coleman. I think when he reflects, he will feel he should have had more than 2 points at this stage. But Martin Thomas searching for his first 2 points. Surely not the wobbles now.
15.
Cole Coleman's got a sense of fact that Martin Thomas cannot cross the finishing line here.
134.
Great 2 treble turn forces the issue of Martin Thomas here. He's had opportunities to win the game, but can he take this chance? It's the madhouse for Martin. It's a win for Martin Thomas. His first on the Super Series stage in Series 10. He gets the better of Carl Coleman by 4 legs to 2. At long last, success for the Welshman. We're off for a break, and when we return, it's Peter Wachiuri against Leuven van Leuven. Welcome back to the Burness Super Series. 3 games left to go on this Thursday afternoon, and we're going to kick it off with Peter Wachiuri and Leuven van Leuven in action. Reminder, we're back from 10 o'clock this evening on the Pluto TV app and across the Pluto TV network, when Group B will get underway. Gemma Hayter, Jamie Lewis, Scott Campbell, Barry Copeland and Leonard Gates are all going to be in action there. But we kick off the final round with Leuven van Leuven and Peter Wachiuri going head-to-head. Peter will have the darts in Game 13 of the session. here at the Live Lounge in
First leg,
Portsmouth
it's Peter
on the
to
south
throw
coast of
first.
England on what has been a day filled with
Game on.
resplendent blue skies. Who is going to end their day on a high? Alongside me in the commentary box is the 2020 Premier League champion, the three-time Lakeside World Champion and twice World Master. Glenn Durrant is with us to cast his beady eye on all of the action, and in particular Peter Wachiuri,
80.
who really has been the standout star of the day.
Well, he was for a real moment, but I'm just thinking now if Nolan van Leuven does win this game,
30.
Peter Wachiuri then has that feeling of 6 points, which I think he would have took this morning. But when you've won your opening couple of games, it's almost like you're left just a little bit deflated. And will you look back on that match between himself and Donny Shearwater in his previous game where a real opportunity was missed there? We're searching for the best from Nolan van Leuven. It's been very sporadic and very small moments, but she has a real chance to deliver
100.
right here, right now.
Well, we praise Peter like we should with his opening 3 performances of the day. He's had some highlight moments, but he'll feel like that game against Donny Shearwater he let slip.
180.
Should have been 4 from 4. He dominated the game. He missed a lot of darts to go 3-2 up. And Donny, to his credit, took full advantage of the misses.
140. Peter required 101.
But he does have 6 darts from here to Peter to take the opening leg. Treble 15 leaves double 18. That's number 3 of the day in the ton plus department for Peter Wachiuri. He's had the 140, he's had the 102, and he can now add the 101 to the collection.
Game on.
Yeah, 4th time they've played each other this week, and they've had some great battles. Nolan won the opening day match on Monday,
140.
averaging just shy of 88 in that one. A cracking game on Tuesday between the pair of them. It went the distance, and once again, just round about the 87 average. But Peter Wachiuri
45.
won the match yesterday, so the head-to-head is 2-1 to Nolan. But a beautiful start from Wachiuri, who, remember, can still finish on 8 points with victory here.
100. $85.
He's almost learning that sarcastic little applause that you do when you hit a big 1 or a big 5. He's got that beautiful finger point, remember. Let's see if he can demonstrate it here, Peter.
140. No, Lindy, 170.
It's very much Nolan's to lose from here.
105.
Can Wachiuri put any pressure on this 65 of Nolan?
$85.
Will have wanted more after that first dart. How aggressive is Nolan? How many times does that happen? And that's the only fear when you go on 65. The times the bull is hit is incredible. Miss number. Wachiuri is back in this leg.
But he's not going to punish to the hilt with the 146, and so Noah Lynn will return for 65 to level the game up at 1-1.
46. No, Lindy requires 65.
Same strategy, question mark? She looked frustrated as Peter walked past.
11.
She's super frustrated.
Peter
And once
require
again,
100.
thumbs up. Sarcastically.
Wachiuri looking at the ton. Tops. Not again.
80. No,
I think there was an expectation it was going to go, and I think Peter expected it to go. I think it was an excitable dart, which is why it dragged low.
I fancied Van Leuven to play really well in this game.
34. PT required
That
20.
has certainly not been the case. And Wachiuri, I thought he'd been left a little deflated after that previous game. but a big chance to go 2-0 up. Does like that double 10, but he's having to go to double 5. Big dart.
10.
It has allowed Nolan van Leuven an opportunity
20.
to get back into this match. Double 10.
Change on the second
1-1.
leg.
After
Nolan
Wachiuri
van
missed
Leuven.
opportunities to open up a 2-leg lead.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Well, this Group C of Week 6 and the opening day's worth of action. A win here for Wachiuri would move them on to 8 points overnight. Would put them in a very good position
125.
going into Friday's action here at the Super Series. But next week we'll see double trouble. Free action for you. We're going to take a Super Series break. And I do want to get your thoughts on the field here, Glenn. In particular, Group A, Simon Whitlock, Neil Duff, Robert Thornton, Leonard Gates, Andreas Harrison and Steve Beaton in action. Keegan Brown,
46.
Adrian Gray and Mark Dubbridge in Group C. And Steve West, Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts in Group B.
Wonderful. Beautiful. Absolutely brilliant. I think that is that group is the strongest. How many times are we saying that, though? Like it looks like it's the strongest field we've ever seen at the Motor Super Series, but I'd be surprised if we've seen anything stronger than that. I mean, it's a who's who, and so many names there reminiscent of the double start as well.
180.
Oh, maybe let's add Peter Wachiuri to it as well. But yeah, it'd be a brilliant week for everyone involved, and it's going to take some winning.
If Peter Wachiuri goes 3 bullseyes here, let's just pack up and go home. If Peter Wachiuri finds 3 bullseyes here, the internet will combust.
60.
He's got a little bit of a smile on his face.
150.
Is there a chance that Peter Wachiuri goes 3 bullseyes here?
No. I'm just sensing a little bit of tension. I think he was just preparing himself to go. And what you have in a building with no crowd is the fact that you can hear
67.
absolutely everything. That's not a good sign for Nolan as well. The fact that when you're playing well, you don't hear a thing.
Well, you mentioned Nolan van Leuven's focus, didn't we, early on in the day? And maybe just being knocked off stride a little bit here.
97.
But I think it's also an indication of the game's not where Nolan wants it to be. And Wachiuri once again outscoring Nolan. Will it be tops again? I wouldn't recommend. I felt that was more of a conservative
43.
dart and a very sensible dart. Wachiuri will be back for tops. And my assessment here is, as a dart player, when that's happening, it's almost like you're trying to anticipate the noise, anticipate anything that can be happening.
140. You require.
And Peter's probably doing exactly the same thing he's done every single match he's played this week.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wachiuri leads
Wachiuri.
by 2 legs to 1. The top's pinned.
Fourth leg
There's
is
definitely
Nolan
a
to throw first.
fractious air about this contest.
$90.
For Nolan, an opportunity to move to 6 points. Nolan will know that there's more to come tomorrow. But to be left on 4 points after this game, be a tough way to qualify that way for
60.
Peter to be then on 8 points as well. So, as we always say with these 2 events, the Group B, Group C, every game just seems to get bigger and bigger.
There's a possibility in terms of results where Peter Wachiuri could very much be in the box seat.
57.
He wins this game. Thomas beats Burness. And Coleman beats Shearwater. Good luck deciphering. Wachiuri would be clear. And then just basically draw some lots and see from the other 5 who the other player would be.
Yeah, I mentioned my first statement at 1 o'clock today. Last time I was here,
85.
Group C was down to the last dart.
Well, there was a glance over there, and I think a little bit of a conversation with the referee, Owen Binks. We assessed that there may be a bit of tension on the stage. Well, I think that's now been made very, very visible.
$24.
You can feel the tension. We're at the back of the arena where our commentary box is, and you can just feel that there's an air of tension in that room. We won't speculate as to what it is because that's not fair, but you can sense that something isn't right. Something's just a bit off on the stage.
54. Now will require 170.
This will make Nolan feel a bit better. Treble 18 or bullseye.
98.
It's not like it's the first head-to-head between them this week.
If this was Monday, maybe you could understand maybe a bit of frustration in terms of the pace that Peter
57.
can come up and down the hockey with.
72.
But as you mentioned, this is meeting number 4. You would have thought that the unfamiliarities maybe in regards to each other's games would have been wiped out by now. But this, for a take of leg 4, double 12 is pinned and Leuven van Leuven levels up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Peter to throw first.
I think that's the opportunity if there's something for Nolan just to maybe have a word with Peter at that stage now when, you know, the leg's over. I say we have a great view. I'm just going to have a little look out of our window at the back just to see if I can see something. I think Peter, as he goes back, is just like a lot of dart players do. You just check that your flights and stems are in. You sort of roll the dart to look, cross your finger. I mean, I literally can't see anything there, but there's been no reaction this time.
55. $140.
And the obligatory Bob Anderson point. I'm loving that.
The legend that is Bob Anderson, the
55.
3-time world master, the former world champion. 1988. Beat John Lowe in that particular final. At the lakeside.
You were only 8 then, weren't you?
60. $30.
Chance for the Kenyan.
$45.
I wonder what his expectation for the week was. I know you spoke to him on Monday, but he must be delighted the fact he's been competitive. He's putting himself in great positions.
140.
He's been in an excellent position in this leg, however. That's changed things. Just the score of 60 and 45 from Wachiuri. And that 140 from Nolan.
58. $105.
Yeah, I like that last
Did
start.
require 153.
I really like the use of the bullseye to leave the 116. That's a beautiful dart.
81.
Real
Now we have
crucial
160.
moments once again. How many times have we said that in this Group C campaign today? Nothing Nolan van Leuven can do on the 116.
76.
Big
72.
moments for Wachiuri.
Both players have had difficulties at this stage of a match. Both players have had games where leg 5 has gone against them, but for whom is it going to go for? Wachiuri looks at tops to move 3-2 up, and he's taken some deliberation time.
Game
and then
shot,
fired
the fifth
home.
leg.
And I think he enjoyed it.
Peter Wachiuri.
And why not?
Sixth leg is
Because there'll be
Leuven to throw first.
many people watching him as you prepare to throw that dart, saying, you're taking too long, you're taking too long. But he knows his game. We've talked about that word bottle as well. When you've got
30.
that one dart in your hand, he's put himself in a wonderful position again.
The wonder of Wachiuri.
26.
It's not quite perfect, Peter, today.
100.
He's feeling it. You can just see him there, just sharp intake of breath. And just releasing all tension out the body. Just so it'd be more free flow, more fluid.
99. $57. $45.
How many chances do you want, Peter? And for the first time, Nolan just really using that time. It's just a catalogue of missed opportunities at that treble. You can just see that Peter's realising now is my moment. He's hit so many 180s this week. Darts is about timing. Decides to go downstairs. It looked a good dart, didn't it, at the treble? Nervy.
59.
All the energy has been sucked out of this contest. There was a tensious air midway through the match. Well, maybe there's still a tensious air now. And I think consequently, because of it, both players are aware of what's happening, but they haven't had a conversation with one another. And I think that
100.
tension has seeped over into their performance levels because they haven't been able to get anything going since.
Well, if you did watch that World Championship qualifier, the African qualifier, the noise levels were through the roof. This is a unique atmosphere.
180. No,
Whatever the
156.
circumstances are, he has got talent. What a classy response that is.
Tell you what, though, this would be a riposte. The 156 isn't going to go. And so Wachiuri will come back looking at 92
100.
to complete a 4-2 win.
Does he go aggressive? The aggressive route is going treble 20. But he has got the use of going for the bullseye first to pretty much guarantee himself to dart the bull for the match. He's gone aggressive, so you're not guaranteeing yourself. Is it double-double?
Well, he likes double 18, so perhaps not surprised he went there. Well, Peter Wachiuri actually exited the exclusion zone to have a recalibration.
Record 56.
And just like a couple of moments ago when Peter stepped out of that exclusion zone, Leuven van Leuven is hoping to be on the tiptoes of Peter Wachiuri. Double 10.
46.
It doesn't go, and that could be the match.
Peter could not watch
60.
that. And these are the opportunities you crave for. 3 wins out with 3, and then he lost his 4th game. We felt the momentum had gone. We sensed we might see the best of Leuven van Leuven. But he's got a match dart. He takes his time when he's got one dart in his hand. Last time he did this, there'll have been people crying out for him to throw the dart. He took his time and he hit tops. What a player. What a win. Peter Wachiuri. 8 points from a possible 10. What a magnificent player you are, Peter. You have had a wonderful day. And look what it means to him look what it means to Kenyan darts, to African darts. He has put himself in a wonderful position for qualification for Saturday night. What a potential story. It's maybe not about the stats. He had darts in the penultimate leg and the final leg, one dart in hand in tops. Peter Wachiuri is up for the challenge. A brilliant day as we move on to the penultimate game of the day. It's Martin Thomas against Kevin Burness.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Burness
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Burness Super Series here on Pluto TV. 2 more matches to go in this Group C session. Before the break, Peter Wachiuri won a tempestuous affair against Leuven van Leuven by 4-2. That means the Kenyan will finish up on 8 points for the day. But this match will dictate who finishes top of the group, because a win for Kevin Burness and he will be at the summit going into Friday's action. But if Martin Thomas can win this match, it will be Peter Wachiuri of Kenya who will be top of the table, top of the pile going in to Friday's action here in Group C. Reminder, we will be back tonight for Group B from 10 o'clock. That'll be our second session of the day. And these the final practice darts before we get underway. Sorry lads, I know you've had a very good chit chat and all the rest of it, but we've got a game of darts to play. We've got a session tonight.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Anyway, Time for your chitter
Game
chatter
on.
to be over with, as I have a chitter chat with my mate Glenn. Hi, Glenn.
Well, I haven't been called Glenn for a while, but yeah, I suppose it is my name. But yeah, I think this will be a pretty rapid game. We've talked an awful lot about pace of games
140.
today, but these two are definitely the two of the quicker players. I think they'll complement each other.
97.
Final game for the pair of them, and big implications for both as well.
Yeah, as I was mentioning in the introduction there, Kevin with a win would be top of the table because he's got a superior legs difference
85.
over Peter Wachiuri. Martin Thomas could win this game. The way things have gone, the way the results have gone, he's in the picture regardless of what Donny and
59.
Carl do in the final game of the day. And from a man who lost his first three, he may put himself in the picture, but he would know that he's probably going to have to win 4 from 5 minimum when it comes to Friday.
140.
He's looked a different player as the day's gone on. He'll just have to start. I mean, that's the strategy. That's what he'll have to work out how he starts the match. He was a little bit unlucky.
136.
He had an incredible amount of missed starts at a double. Now all of a sudden he just looks a different player. A different player. Can't miss.
128.
I'll tell you what, that was a little bit closer. The double 11 there for a second.
All's well, but ends well though. Still back for a double, but
140
this time it's going to be under severe pressure. 2 4s for Martin Thomas. Double 2. The aching problem strikes again.
6.
Missed double-itis
Kevin
is the
requires
prognosis
71.
once more for Martin C. Thomas.
So it's going to be one dart at tops for Burness. He's been
Game
class.
shown the first.
He's been
leg.
outstanding.
Kevin Burness.
You don't often see him react with a winning double going in like that.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
But that's the
Game on.
mentality he has. And I think the timetable works out well for him tomorrow. You feel like you're just seeing him here and there today, whereas he'll be playing quite a few games early doors tomorrow.
140.
Couple of real big games early doors. So I think Kevin Burness will know exactly what he needs to do going into game 3 tomorrow.
60.
I'll tell you what, Kevin really is giving some here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's up for it. I think he knows the real Martin Thomas. That's the reason why. And it's the real Martin Thomas we're seeing. Scoring for fun, the pair of them. Just those missed starts at a double once again for Martin Thomas. But look at this. This is class.
180.
What is happening here?
Two classy operators enjoying playing against each other.
140.
But this is
Kevin
absolutely
141.
magnificent. The numbers are staggering.
Game shown the second leg. Kevin
12
Burness.
data.
Have a look at them numbers.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Right then, Martin, you're going to be averaging 110 after 2 legs. Yes, please. You're 2-0 down.
100.
I'm going to make a prediction here, Glenn. This is a max.
140.
There must be other commentators out there, surely. Surely.
83.
Where's Chris Murphy when you need him?
3 minutes played, 2 legs. Fast and furious.
100.
Make this best of 11.
94.
Well, Martin Thomas is playing his best darts towards the end of the day, and he is getting no change for it.
I think we're seeing a Kevin Burness that only wants to get through
180.
this Group C campaign. I think Kevin Burness is the first player, obviously Colin Osborne will disagree, who's really standing up and saying, I want this title this week.
55. Kevin,
I think Colin Osborne would agree with
81.
you, but we can all agree this is absolutely scintillating. Double 13, didn't have to go that route.
55.
Thomas wasn't on a finish, but he's that in the zone in terms of picking legs off.
If that double 13 had gone in that dart, it was averaging 115.
47. Kevin, he required 26.
But he got a bit greedy going the 12s route. Would he pay for it?
Game shown
Absolutely
the
not.
third leg. Kevin Burness.
This is how well Kevin Burness is playing right now. We
Full
asked the
verdict,
question,
Kevin to throw first.
have we seen anybody in Group C that's
Game
shown
on.
the devastating dart you need to win a Saturday night? Henry said no. I'm saying yes.
Well, he is now.
99.
Been waiting for somebody to really grab the bull by the horns.
125.
And Thomas has been magnificent. More of this, please.
26.
Maybe not more of that.
Commentators cares. We're good at this, you know.
Anybody else available to do commentary?
Unbelievable. That his average went down by
46.
7 points with that score of 26. When these elite players in the world are averaging in excess of 110 over a
60.
long period, that's what Kevin is doing right now over a longer period of time. He's just hit the skids a little bit here.
80.
But this is where Martin Thomas has to pounce, has to take full advantage of a little bit of a slip from Burness. And in this game, the first two visits have been a seismic slip.
100.
But you've got to remember, Martin had opportunity to win the first leg. He missed 4 darts to the double. He hasn't had one since. And if he doesn't find a treble here, he may not even get a dart at all in this fourth leg to save the
60.
match. And so Kevin Burness here, averaging 103.15. Wouldn't be the first time he's averaging in excess of 103 today. He did so in his second match against Donny Shearwater. He's closing in.
140.
He's pumped up, fist clenched, and he could be heading towards the summit in a couple of moments' time. He's going to come back for 76 for a
42.
dismantling
Kevin requires
of Martin
76.
Thomas.
Truly magnificent. Both players were exceptional.
36.
Kevin
Martin, you require
Burness, that was for another
148.
100+ average. Thomas deserves something from this game, but I don't think he's going to get anything. Over to you, Kevin Burness.
100. Kevin, you require 40.
Tops to round off what has been an incredible display. But just like
20.
any match, you've got to finish
Martin,
it
you require
off.
48.
And a failure to do so has given Thomas another look here. Hasn't had a dart at a double since leg 1. He's going to get 2 at double 16 to keep the game alive. Oh, it's come off the flight at dart 1. And that could be the end of it.
Kevin,
That
you
sums
require
up the day for Martin
20.
Thomas. Kevin Burness just gathering his thoughts. For 3 legs, he looked $1 million. And Kevin Burness, despite the fact he lost that opening game, Kevin Burness finishes the day on 8 points. He's been the star performer today. He's been magnificent. You can't take the smile off his face. Is that the end up for Martin Thomas? He's had a tough day on the hockey. Kevin Burness was averaging over 100 throughout that game, just shy of 97. He moves on tomorrow. We move on to the final game. It's Donny Shearwater against Carl Coleman. And welcome back to the Motor Super Series for the final match of this Group C campaign. A fascinating day. The headline, that will be Peter Wachiuri from Kenya. Magnificent day. So close to a potential 9-darter, but to win 8 points out of 10.
First leg,
Peter
it's Donny to throw
has
first.
done Kenyan darts,
Game
African
on.
darts, and himself. And he'll be looking at potential qualification now. But on the back of that, the best player today has been Kevin Burness. He lost his opening game of the day.
33.
But after that, he's been in supreme form, even celebrating like you don't often see Kevin Burness. And I think not only does he fancy the task of qualification tomorrow, I think he fancied the task of winning the week. For Carl Coleman, the day started off so very well. A win over Leuven van Leuven, and then missed opportunities. It went downhill when he was 3-1 up against Peter Wachiuri and lost that game 4-3. And I feel he will think after the 4 games he should have been on more than 2 points. But it's an opportunity here to get to the minimum of 4 points. That's been the problem. His scoring is an area. His doubles has been arguably the best if we look at the stats later on. So that's just an area he'll want to sort of just tighten up. And I think he went into this match as, you know, as favourite.
Well, this is a good start. Very good start. 46 after 9. Flying. This is the final game of the session. Coleman looking to finish with a flourish. But that slip. Well, there's a couple of slips. Luckily for him, Shearwater's nowhere to be seen.
30.
Yeah, I've been talking about his doubles there. And then all of a sudden, he fluffs his line on the big numbers. But he'll be back. Shearwater's a long way back. Nothing he can do from 287. And they're a little bit wild.
67.
Chance for Coleman. Not only to take the opening leg, but a breaker throw as well.
Can he now draw alongside the previous two? Yes, he can. He had all the comfortability he could have wanted. He finds the 8-8.
Second leg,
and he leads by a leg to 0.
Game on.
Again, great sportsmanship between. You mentioned the skills and abilities of the players, but also we talked about Donny. It hasn't been a great week, but he's never really sulked. He's never really moped, and just a lovely fist pump there to Carl. Be the first time they've ever met today. Maybe even been practicing together. And I think what's also pivotal here, Henry, is the fact that first game tomorrow
77.
is a rematch between these two. So a good chance for one of these two players to really get up that table. But looking at it, something good for Wachiuri and Burness.
Very much is. And Peter Wachiuri's successes made national headlines back home. I told you it'd be on the 6 o'clock news tonight, Glenn. And we were back in Kenya.
Yeah, so just watch the video there. So he won't know anything like that, but we were having a little giggle to ourselves as well because the newsreader was doing the sign language as well. And then when Henry came in and started talking, she started scratching her head. So we'll have to do something about that.
In fairness, that's what our poor producer does a lot of the time when I start talking.
55.
Well, yeah, just a wonderful moment. I must admit, my heart was racing. I mean, I wasn't here for the 9-darter of Fallon Sherrock. I wasn't here for the very first 9-darter, etc., etc. That one would have just been, I think that would probably be the most memorable moment we've seen here at the Motor Super Series. It would have been spectacular. But 8 points from 10, good day all around, Henry.
So what we're learning is if you won here, it would have been hit.
It would have been double 18, wouldn't it?
Would have been double 18.
59.
Not many 9-darters get hit that way, although Mason Whitlock hit it that way against David Wazowski. Andreas Harrison hit it that way against Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
$45.
Yeah, just got his calculations wrong there, Carl. It's almost like when he threw the dart, he realised what he'd done. You still think you'd rather be in the position Carl's in rather than Donny, despite the fact that Donny is on the finish. A treble would make that doubly. But not only are there misses from Carl, but a distance away from the treble, so brings Shearwater, who seems to get better when he can get a leg under his belt.
52. Carly require 108.
108 for Coleman to make the lead 2-0.
$92. Donny require 106.
And so 106 for Donny Shearwater to square this game up.
Well, we've waxed lyrical about the finishing of Carl Coleman today, so for Donny, you sense that had to go. Carl Coleman's already hit this double 8.
43.
He was with his last start previously.
That's all right. Can he find a way below?
No
He's gone
score.
further away. He
Donny
would have had an
requires
expectation
63.
that Dart 3 went.
Well, we're seeing this with Peter Wachiuri. I wonder if Donny's learned something about this finish. Does he have to move? Just a touch to the right-hand side. Is he looking just where that double 3 is?
Carly
I think that was the target area.
16.
And after 24 darts, Carl returns.
Moves across,
No
but the same
score.
result.
Donny require 19.
Two 8s.
This time it's Donny who's really taking his time. Is that a change of strategy? He's been a lot quicker going for his combination
3.
finishes.
Carly require
I think
16.
that felt good in the hand. Coleman's got to be aggressive. It's almost like he's laying that first dart up.
Game shot the second.
Gets there in the end, looks up to the
Coleman.
heavens, but leads 2 legs to 0.
2-0 up.
Third leg is
And in
Donny
full
to throw
control of the
first.
match.
Game on. $85. $85. $60. $87. $26.
Big opportunity for Carl. Just having a little look at the scores. It's almost like you're telling yourself, just play it simple, 1 treble. But it's never that easy. No reaction there from Carl.
$98.
Didn't quite get enough of the follow through there, did Donny?
$80.
But you'll sense an opening here.
84.
He should do at least.
Yeah, good last start there from Donny. Carl, when he needs it most, he's just not finding it. So Donny Shearwater has been in this
68.
position before where he's
Donny
looked
recorded
down and out in a
148.
match. And when he gets a leg under his belt, all of a sudden he becomes a different player. But looking at his stats for the week, his last game has
37.
often been his
Donny
worst
require
game.
136.
And Carl, who at his best earlier on today, pinged this in beautifully. Treble 19 makes him favourite for this
96.
leg unless
Donny
Shearwater can
require
find something.
111.
It doesn't look like it for Donny at the moment. This time a little talk to himself. Can still finish with treble 18. Chance for Coleman.
Double top
43. Carly
for
require
3-0 lead,
40.
excuse me.
Coleman goes one away. He had his problems on that double 8. Like I said, the majority of the day, the doubles for Carl Coleman's been no problem whatsoever.
Game on.
It's a comfortable 3-0 lead. Can he serve it out?
Well, he has the darts to do so. Just a reminder that we're going to be back from 10 o'clock tonight here on Pluto TV, exclusively live
130
on your smart TV, your smartphone. You can also get your smart speaker to say play Pluto TV as well.
140.
Where has that come from, Donny? But we've admired the way he's dug deep. We've seen players where they just
59.
haven't fancied the job when they haven't been playing very well. Donny's not given up whatsoever.
$45.
He's had a couple of wins today. So he knows the importance if he could get over the line against Carl Coleman. Carl has lost the match today where he's been 3-1 up, so he'll take nothing for granted here.
$58.
I think what's worrying for Donny as well is that the fact they're going low on that treble 20. It's a big opportunity for Carl. It's almost like you begin to try too hard.
60.
Well, Coleman's got 6 darts from here.
$180.
But Shater a decent reply there, forcing Coleman into something decent here.
It's a feast of famine for Donny. Started this leg with a 140. Couple of treble visit, but this was more like it from Carl Coleman. What a setup play there is.
74. Donny require 140.
He leaves his beloved double 8 unless... This will be the first game tomorrow. Donny will be hoping for something a little bit better.
Requires 60.
But for Carl Coleman for a routine victory.
Double 8 to seal it. Now for double 4. Shater is lurking, but he ain't going to get a look. And Carl Coleman will win by 4-0 against Carl Coleman. It is a 4-0 win for Carl Coleman. That rounds off the Thursday afternoon action here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to be back from 10 o'clock tonight for Group B. And then next week, we're going to be back for Double Trouble 3, which features some real big names.
Oh my word! Tops for a screamer. What a finish from Leonard.
But there is no problems here for Robert Thornton.
Double 2, week champion.
17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
And it is.
And sometimes it's the biggest moments that make
You got to be kidding. Oh, that's cruelty from Neil Dock.
We are doubling in and doubling out next week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Double Trouble 3 will get underway on Monday morning. Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton amongst the headline names in action in Group A. Andreas Harrison, the former series winner, will be with us. Ross Montgomery, the newly crowned World Seniors Champion, will be the headline name in Group B, whilst Keegan Brown makes his debut on the stage playing as opposed to commentating on the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday. That's next week. This is what's happened today. These are the results from Thursday's play. And as you can see, it's a real tight affair. But it is Peter Wachiuri and Kevin Burness who are the two players to beat. Both of them winning 4 out of 5 on this Thursday afternoon. Wachiuri, well, he treated us to a lot of highlight moments. Came close to a 9-dart. He had a 140 on tops. As Kevin Burness had 2 real standout performances in Game 2 and Game 5. This is how the table looks then at the end of it all. Burness and Wachiuri on 8 points. And they have a 4-point lead over Carl Coleman, Noelin van Leuven and Donny Shearwater, respectively. Martin Thomas with just 2 points to his name, but a lot of missed darts at a double for the Welshman. So that is how things look at the end of the opening day's play. Been watching it all in the company of Glenn Durrant in the commentary box. Look, there's only one place to start this afternoon. That's Peter Wachiuri. 5 games, 4 wins, and he almost treated us to the 9-darter as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've seen him up close and personal, and I mean, this is what his game's all about. He has that unique style of flicking the darts as he does, but this was a real magical moment. And, you know, sometimes you get your words ready for a 9-darter. Well, I certainly do as a commentator. And I think at this point I was lost for words because the adrenaline was pumping through. And when this dart goes in a 9-darter, that's the most difficult dart. The 7th dart is the one where it's almost like it's out-of-body experience. And it would have left the double 18. And we've chatted in the fact that we've probably fancied that to go in if the treble 15 goes in. It was a beautiful moment, so nearly a brilliant moment.
Overall, how good was he today?
His pace dictates the games. So, you know, people struggle to play against him, but he's so much better than I thought he was going to be. I thought this week was just going to be a little bit too much for him. This was a brilliant moment. Almost like you lost your voice at this point because a double-double there. I mean, the excitement in the comms box at times today was brilliant, and a lot of it was aimed at Peter. He's done himself an incredible credit to himself, and there was a leg of darts as well where he had one dart in hand, both the tops, and he pinged them both against Noelin van Leuven. So he's got bottle as well. So all round, 8 points, a great day for him.
In terms of Kevin Burness, 4 wins out of 5. What would be your overall assessment of his day?
Outstanding. He lost that first game to Peter Wachiuri, and I wasn't sure because we do a lot of work on the statistics, and you know, but his doubling, his pace of the game, his 180s, stats were looking good. I mean, he played in the Players' Championships against the best 128 players in the world, and he had some good wins, including James Wade, including Raymond van Barneveld. So quietly, I thought this week was going to be a really good week for him. And I think when he looked at the week, he looked at it and he wasn't intimidated by it. And he's that type of player when he gets on a roll as well. He was dangerous, and I think he demonstrated the qualities not only to get through Group C, but also to win Saturday night.
Right, see you later on this evening, Glenn, for Group B. Plenty coming up, though, on the meantime here on Pluto TV. Coming up next, we'll be having a look back at the WADC Tour Finals from last year. That is Gemma Hayter against Fallon Sherritt. You can watch that in full in a few moments' time. We're going to see Gemma in action later on this evening as Group B gets underway. Group B, as I mentioned, is going to be back with us from 10 o'clock this evening. These are the players in action. Gemma's going to be alongside Jamie Lewis, Scott Campbell, Barry Copeland and Leonard Gates. The action gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening. It is live and exclusive on Pluto TV, on TV and on the app. Well, we'll see you a little bit later on this evening, but as far as this afternoon is concerned, well, Peter Wachiuri has been the main story. He's put Kenyan darts on the map, he's put African darts on the map, and he's looking to put himself on the map by making it through to Saturday's final here in Port. So we'll see you later on this evening. Take care. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
Finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Hand!